After you say the pledge of allegiance, you have to answer the card.
Okay, I call to order the Rolesville Town Board regular meeting, November the 8th, 2023. Just want to welcome everybody. We've got a good group here, so thanks for coming out to the meeting tonight. And we've got a pretty long agenda, so we're going to try to get through as much of it as we can, surely by this evening, and see where we go with that. So with that, let's get going. Let's start off Pledge of Allegiance, and I think Commissioner Sutton will do the invocation. Sure. And so if would, everybody rise and stay rise for the invocation. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll just bow our heads in honor of our Father who woke us up this morning. Almighty God, we just thank you and we praise you for all that you're doing in our lives. We know that we can't do it without you. Thank you for this beautiful day in our community. We just thank you. And we thank you that you have brought our community together to make some business decisions tonight. And we pray that we will do it in a way that honors you, God. We just thank you for these board members here. It's not always easy as we toil and make decisions, but we ask that you give us guidance and we make the right decisions for our community. We do not take our service lightly, and we just thank you for this opportunity. We ask you to bless each and every family that's represented here and in our community. Watch over each one of our first responders and all of those that serve in our nation to protect it so that we can remain free. We just thank you for all that you're doing, and we give you the grace, the honor, and the praise. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we're on a little different night tonight, being it's a Wednesday night rather than a Tuesday night. And that's one of the reasons we don't have a minister here to lead us in prayer. Uses a big church night on Wednesday night. So, but thank you, Commissioner, for leading us. Appreciate that. One of the things that we always try to focus on is our veterans in town, and we got Veterans Day coming up really soon, and I know Wake County Operation Green Light is a very good program that we put together for veterans. So Dan is our veteran liaison, and I'm going to have him to read the proclamation, if you would, Dan.
Yes, sir. Supporting Operation Green Light for our veterans. Whereas the residents of Rolesville, North Carolina, have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of those who serve in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas the town of Rolesville seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, the Veteran Reform Wars, religious groups, and civil service, and by functioning as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transitioning to civilian communities annually, and whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members who would transition to civilian life in the near future, and whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during the transition from military to civilian life, and whereas active service members transitioning from military service are at high risk for suicide during their first year after military service. That's an average of about 22 a day. Whereas the National Association of Counties encourages all counties, parishes, and boroughs to recognize Operation Green Light for Veterans, and whereas the town of Rolesville appreciate the sacrifice of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Therefore, it be resolved with designation as a green light for Veterans Town, the town of Rolesville hereby declares from November 1st through Veterans Day, November 11th, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifices of all men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Therefore, be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Greenlight, the town of Rolesville encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in the window of their place of business or residence from November 6th through the 12th. In witness whereof, Mayor Ronnie Kern hereby set his hand and caused to affix the seal of the town of Rolesville this 8th day of November, 2023.
Well, thank you, Dan. Appreciate you covering that. Yeah, if you haven't, we still got a few days, so if you haven't put your green light out in honor of the veterans, go ahead and do that. I think it's okay to put it on your front porch. I know you said the windows, but I know some people just put a green light on the front porch or something. But let's do that if you would. I kind of encourage all residents in Rolesville to do that. It's a countywide thing that we're trying to do. So really encourage y'all to do that. So next item 4 is review of the agenda by the board. Any changes, any additions or deletions do anybody have? If not, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion to approve. Is there any other discussion?
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes. Thank you. Consent agenda. Looks like there's 6 items on the consent agenda. One is just minutes, a couple of annexations, a couple of things to do with finance. So is there anybody got anything you need to pull off the consent agenda and we discuss, or if not, then I will take a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any other discussion? Everybody good? All right. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you, board. Appreciate that. Next item, we got our board liaison reports. Mayor Pro Tem Vilga, anything to reports from Park and Recreation Advisory Board?
We had our last meeting. We discussed the George Taylor sign that we'll be talking about tonight in our meeting. Also discussed memorial donation policies. The Millbridge Amphitheater rendering, got to take a look at what they're looking to do out there, as in upgrades and everything else, and that'll be coming soon. We also held a mural dedication ceremony out front of Town Hall last week, and Fall Fun Fest was a success. And that's all I have.
Well, thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Yeah, I really think the mural thing worked out really well. It was a nice little ceremony we did, I think. So appreciate everybody. I think it was just more than Parks and Recreation. A lot of folks working on that. So thanks to the whole town staff, everybody that was involved with that. And I hear requests for even more, Paul. So
Yeah,
I know
no problem.
I know you guys are glad this first phase is over. Maybe we'll get some more of them. So thank you so much for working on that. Next item, Commissioner Sutton, Economic Development. Anything to report on that?
Yes, I'm taking my glasses off so I can see. I have a couple of things to update, and I'm just going to focus on Walbrook and Cobblestone because Michael McFarland's here tonight, and he's going to give us a longer economic development update. But I did have a good conversation with the folks from Walbrook recently, and there was expressed some concern about what's happening with interest rates. As you all know, interest rates are climbing for everything. Cost of goods are up, and bank lending requirements are more stringent. So it's getting a little challenging in the development world to do these projects. But I'm happy to report that Publix is still a go, and they've been approved for their loan, and they're moving forward. So we will have that 78-acre mixed-use development coming which is Walbrook, and I want to purposely say to the public, across from Bojangles, so there's no confusion on where it's located. And they have started, or will be starting this month, the bidding process. So that is moving forward. I'm happy to hear that. And then just a few updates about Cobblestone. They're moving forward as well, and they are located at Main and Young, across from, somebody said Kitty Corner. I think it's Kitty Corner, or diagonally across from the furniture store, or the old furniture store. And I just want to mention a few businesses that are going to be there. You may have heard this. I cannot say the name of it, but there's a Mexican restaurant coming. Michael can probably say it when he comes up. I can't remember it. But there's also going to be a Wolfgang Pet Bakery and Grooming. And here's one that I'm really excited about. If you've ever heard of Pixels Bar and Arcade, they're going to have, it's an entertainment hub, and they have retro arcade games. I was like, yes, Pac-Man. I challenge you all. That's my game. There's also going to be an artesian beer and cheese casual restaurant. And our own downtown Rolesville Farmers Market, led by Sherry Bauer, will also be moving there. And I think they're supposed to open in early spring, in March, if I'm not mistaken. So exciting news for Rolesville. Things are continuing to grow. So very exciting. And Michael will tell you all more a little later.
Thank you. Great report. Appreciate it, Commissioner. Next report, Commissioner Medley, Planning Board. Any report from Planning Board?
Okay, so get this mic straightened out. Okay, so the biggest conversation out of the planning board meeting that was held on October 23rd was the Appearance Commission. Lots of questions. They felt that what they have, the information that was provided, really didn't define the requirements or the requested task. So that needs to be fine-tuned for them. And one of the questions they had as well was in regards to the landscaping, because I know we had talked about that in our previous meeting. And one of the questions they had was, does the landscaping plan go before the advisory board, before or after it comes to the town board, which I thought was a really good question. So again, what we wanted to do was have a meeting with the planning board and town board and just all hash it out at the same time, because to go back and forth every 3 weeks is going to take a long time. So, so basically, those were the two biggest points that were pulled out of that conversation. Other than that, it's all good, but I'm sure Meredith will fill in any other details, but we really got to define more about what is really wanted of them in the Appearance Committee, and like who's going to present that as well. And that's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Commissioner Austin, Veterans.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Master Sergeant retired Jerry Magnum held the 5th Veterans Fellowship Breakfast on 25th October at IHOP located in Knightdale. 15 veterans attended, and the next fellowship breakfast will be on 29 November at 0930 hours. On 2 November at 1200 hours, I attended the Veterans Day recognition hosted by the Northern Waite Senior Center and the Renaissance Center. 3 Rolesville veterans received coins for their service, and they were Master Sergeant retired Jerry Magnum, Eugene Paget, and myself. On 4 November at 1100 hours, I attended the North Carolina Veterans Day ceremony presented by the Wake County Veteran Council. The guest speaker for that was Major General retired Kirkland. Outstanding speech. Operation Greenlight is from 6 November to 12 November. By displaying a green light for our veterans, we not only bring attention to the veterans and their needs, but also reflect on how we can assist our military personnel here in the town of Rolesville. On 6 November at 900 hours, I attended the NC-02 Congressional Veterans Breakfast with Congresswoman Ross, located at Wake Tech. On November 9th at 1000 hours, which is tomorrow, located in Daniels Auditorium at the new North Carolina Museum of History, I will be attending the NC Military Hall of First induction ceremony. And then, of course, Veterans Day. On the 11th hour of the 11th day in the 11th month, we will honor our veterans here in town at the town hall. And I saved the best news for last. On 3 November at 13:30 hours, I attended a meeting with Principal Perry, the new Navy JRTC Area 6 Manager, Navy Talent Acquisition Group Commander, and the North Carolina 3rd Superior Court Division Special Judge to discuss the importance of bringing a Navy JRTC or Navy National Defense Cadet Corps. Little that we knew, Wake County did their part, and that the Area 6 Manager was there to see Rolesville for himself to report back to Chicago, and to inform us that they have received, reviewed, and pending approval of the Navy National Defense Cadet Corps for Rolesville High. The board will convene in January, and when everything goes well, we're looking at probably starting the program as early as 24, 25. So that's
Great news.
awesome.
So,
And there should be no stomach block.
Thank you, Dan.
That's awesome, Dan.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Good job. Good work.
Hardest working commissioner, I tell you, 2 years.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else from the veteran? Thank you.
Great job.
Yeah, and just last plug for veterans, you know, Veterans Day is coming up Saturday. We're observing it Saturday. So, you know, any veterans, be sure you come. What time is it, 11?
Yes, sir.
11 o'clock Saturday, and right outside here. So, right out here where we had the flag. So if you would, be sure to attend Saturday morning. Great ceremony. Thank you. And Dan's also leading that, so appreciate it. Okay. Last but not least, we have Commissioner Sneed on public safety. Anything to
All
report?
right, just a couple of things here. From the fire department, I spoke with the chief, and he gave me the following points just to mention. They are still standing at 13 paid staff with 36 volunteers. That's a great number of volunteers for the fire department. And for 2023, from January 1st through October 31st, he gave me some stats, and I like to hear these numbers just to see where we stand. They have run a total of 1,100 calls. EMS had 705 and 395 fire department calls. 582 of those were in the town of Rolesville, 348 were in the county, and mutual aid, meaning help from other departments, was 170. They've been doing a lot of training at the old Pine Glow building, and they wanted to send a special thank you to Robert Shar for allowing them to use the building for training. And their next board meeting is the 7th, and their annual appreciation dinner will be in January. I also have a few updates from our very own fire department, and they are that they had a sergeant process and identified 2 candidates that will be promoted in the next round of promotions, so that's exciting. They have 3 pilots for the drone program that have completed the drone training for first responders, and that required 32 hours of training. So I think I'm pretty excited about us having a drone program here in Rolesville. And also, members toured a new Wake Tech College Public Safety Simulation Complex in Wendell. The new campus has indoor simulated streetscapes and outdoor driving track. And after some research, it's been determined that this was the first state-of-the-art facility and the only one in the country like it at this time. So that's pretty exciting. Sounds like the police department's a pretty happening place over there. So, but that's it for me for right now.
Pretty exciting. Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner. Yeah, that drone program sounded exciting, Chief. I think we could use it sometimes if you investigating stuff, you know, if you want to call on them to go up above and look down. So, yeah. So, yeah, I think that's really good. Thank you, April. Appreciate that. All right, we'll hear a couple of our staff people, leaders. Our staff leaders will come up and kind of communicate a little bit to us. First is Meredith from the Planning Department. So Meredith, I'm going to turn it over to you. Anything you want to update to us?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. For the Planning Department update, I'm starting with a picture of the mural. I'm a big fan of public art, and I picked up my lunch today, and I looked up at this mural, and I said, I'm going to be looking at the moon and the stars tonight when I leave work. So, all good. So the month of October was National Community Planning Month, and I love the job that Lindsay Owens did with the social media presence, and, with a quote from Mike, Michelle, Jordan, and myself. I'd like to highlight what Mike had to say. Planning is the backbone of the fabric of a community. It is rarely seen or observed when the results are pleasant, but quite obvious when omitted. Intentional planning generates predictable outcomes, which equates to balanced services and experiences by residents and visitors alike. I'd also like to thank Mike for all of his incredible dedication and hard work and all the time that he's put in over the last several months. So thank you to Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Applications and review. The policy applications, annexations, and rezonings, we have 7 of each. And if those are approved, those total 447 single-family dwelling lots, 321 townhome lots, and 240 multifamily units. With the development applications in review right now that are past that policy stage, preliminary subdivision plats, there are 5. There are 12 construction infrastructure drawings, 11 site development plans, and 9 final subdivision plats. And those total 1,015 single-family lots, 364 townhome lots, and 32 multifamily units. So quite a lot of activity. With residential permitting over the last 3 months, we have 42 new single-family detached permits and 21 permits for new townhomes. Projects, we got to hear about the Averett Young and Rolesville Road Corridor Study at your October 17th work session. We're working on wrapping that up, and the consultant is submitting that to NCDOT. We've recently kicked off the Affordable Housing Plan. Mayor Curran, Commissioner Sutton, Commissioner Medley are all part of that team, and we're really excited to get started on that. We are getting ready to plan the community engagement and stakeholder engagement for that, so there will be a lot more coming. And I know, Mayor Curran, you're excited about the comprehensive plan update that will be coming the beginning of next year. And happy Thanksgiving from the Planning Department.
Thank you. Thanks for the hard work. I know a small department, it's a lot of work you guys go. I mean, you just demonstrated there, and y'all do a great job. And if you ever been to Mike's office, it looks like a little war room in there, a little
Yes.
little command center or something.
Command center, you are correct.
Anybody at the board, if you haven't been in his office, just go by there and just peek in there. It's just amazing
It is.
the work that he has posted everywhere, even on the floor some, I think, you know.
He probably knows exactly where everything is, so I bet.
But a lot of hard work. I mean, you can walk by there and see the work that they do.
How many people are in planning now?
We have 4, Mike, myself, Michelle, and Jordan. And one of our staff people is out on leave right now, so it's a team of 3. And we have 2 positions to hire very soon. So we're excited about that.
So that's a small and mighty group doing a lot. I just want to emphasize that. As we grow as a town, we have to think about staffing. And when we bring on staff, we have to think about where we're going to put them, right? We need the money to do it, but we also need places to put them. So I'm looking forward to the town campus coming as well. But I commend you all for the work that you do, because I know it's a lot. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
And thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Murray. Appreciate that. Okay, next staff is Michael McFarland, Economic Development Leader. Come on up, Michael. I know economic development is a big thing. I was pinned down a few days ago to say what was my number one priority. I had to say what was all the stuff we got going on in town, everything that everybody, we got a full slate of stuff going. I had to nail it down. What is the number one priority? And I say economic development, because what we're doing with economic development is really, amazing, and the work you're doing, Michael, was amazing. So I'll turn it over to you, buddy.
Great, thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. Before I begin, real quick, just wanted to mention that the Chamber of Commerce was scheduled to come after me, but they're not going to make it tonight. They're kind of going through some reorganization right now, and weren't able to provide an update tonight, but are available to provide an update at the town board's request whenever, to do so in the future, whenever we would like. So I did want to just kind of provide a quick update on the Wake County's site ID program to identify potential or priority industrial sites in each of the 12 municipalities in Wake County. Crystal Morphus with Creative Economic Development Consulting, she presented her overall findings a couple months ago to the county, and that summary report was shared with this board as well, I think a few weeks ago or about a month or so ago, and I can provide that again if need be. Again, just, the reasons why Wake County did that: communities benefit from industrial development through increased tax base, job creation, and that tax revenue in turn supports public investments and infrastructure, public safety, amenities, public safety, and the like. So here's kind of a summary of all the sites that were looked at in Wake County, in all the different towns and the acreage at those sites. And you can see here that they looked at about 950 acres in Rolesville among four different sites and ranked those sites. Some of the takeaways of the study were really that time is of the essence to preserve and identify land for industrial development. As we know, residential development's coming in like never before. So, we want to be strategic and forward-thinking in our land use planning. And the role of local government can be to invest in infrastructure, enter into partnerships to control and develop land or buildings, and even consider industrial or corporate development as we receive proposals for mixed-use development. Maybe a corporate building or a life science building here or there in a mixed-use development. So, anyway, I just wanted to kind of give an update on that project. And again, I can provide those reports again. I think it's been a while since we shared those, so.
Michael, do you ever have any phone calls or conversations with people about interested in coming to Rolesville that are looking at any of those parcels of land?
Here and there, some real estate brokers will call me and they don't identify their clients, but they'll say, we're looking for 20 acres or 30 acres out along the 401 bypass. And I kind of guide them to where something might be available or to talk to the property owner. So probably not daily, but maybe monthly or so, I'll hear interest, and then, so. Next, I just wanted to provide a quick update regarding our marketing efforts, mentioning a few items tonight. Lindsay, our communications specialist, also helped out a lot with these. So here you can just see we have a page in the latest Visit Raleigh magazine that the Convention and Visitors Bureau puts out every year. So we get a page in there. And then we also placed an ad in the Rolesville High School Marching Band Invitational this past year that was at Rolesville High School in October. So, and then also...
Quick question, if you don't
Yep.
mind me interrupting, Mike. Apologize for that.
Oh, no.
But I see you had Fantasy Lake up there.
the same thing.
And are they identifying themselves as Rolesville? I know they got a Wake Forest address. They furthest you can get from Wake Forest, probably. But are they identifying with Rolesville?
They consider themselves a part of the Rolesville community. Even though a lot of the addresses out there in the county, kind of real close to the high school, are Wake Forest addresses, or you even find a Zebulon address, but speaking...
I've heard some advertising on radio where they say Wake Forest.
Right, I think because their address is technically Wake Forest.
You put it in
You put it in your Google Maps and you have to put in Wake Forest. You can't put in, but just talking with the owners, they see themselves as part of, they're closer to Rolesville than they are Wake Forest, geographically. So, but it is one of those things where we have a lot of those addresses that kind of are closer to Rolesville, but are Wake Forest or Zebulon out in the county.
So did you put that in as
Yes, so it's the Greater Raleigh Convention Visitors Bureau. They try to look at, what's going to attract people to town, what are our tourist destinations, and so that was one of the top picks, and among other things, parks and rec, different, we mentioned different restaurants and places to go and hang out, so.
recently they identified themselves as Rolesville? Because when I spoke to them, they weren't. I'm just saying, I'm sure that the advertisement will do them justice.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're close enough. They're really, you can almost walk there from the high school. You want people to come here, spend a day there, and then they come into Rolesville and they eat and hang out. So it's kind of that idea of bringing tourists out this way and hoping that they stop in Rolesville, so.
I agree that it will do justice, a great justice for their business. I just know that they were
You know,
not identifying themselves as Roseville. But maybe they are now. That's good.
yeah. Well, I think it's the greater Raleigh area. You know, when you're advertising, you're saying, you know, just as we're part of the greater Raleigh-Durham metropolitan area. And then this last one here is, we placed an ad in Business NC's Annual Economic Development Guide. And this is distributed to economic development experts and consultants across the country. The General Assembly gets it, the Governor's Cabinet, and then it gets sent out to regional, national, even international economic development conferences and trade shows. So I hope to have hard copies of that within a month or two that I can then share with you as well. So. And I placed at your seats there, we recently updated our, kind of our new business flyer for small businesses. And I distributed these. I spoke a couple weeks ago at a Launch Rolesville meeting and distributed these to the entrepreneurs there. So this is just another way we try to help any small business owners and entrepreneurs in our community. So I wanted to share that latest update that we did.
The chamber has a handful of those?
Yep, distributed some of the chamber and at our co-working space in town. And then lastly, I just wanted to mention I participated in a session on economic mobility in October downtown, hosted by A Better Wake. And you know, we discussed efforts to support and promote equitable and inclusive economic development throughout our region. And this effort, this A Better Wake, is it's an effort from a diverse cross-section of organizations in the county to address racism and dismantle any systems that negatively impact Black and brown residents. So it's led by Wake County, the Raleigh Chamber, the Triangle DEI Alliance, and they sent out, some of you may have seen this, I just have one copy here, but
Okay.
so they did a report. That's the blueprint for dismantling systemic racism. And so we kind of, they're scheduling a couple more of these strategy sessions. They're being conducted on different topics such as health equity, educational opportunity, criminal justice. Yeah, I participated in the one on economic mobility to kind of discuss ways to promote better equitable economic development. So just wanted
I went to one in Wake Forest, I think,
Okay, yeah.
earlier this year, and it was on public safety, because I met Fuquay Arena's chief.
Yep.
But I know Tori Stanton, who's the,
Yeah, Tori
Director,
Stanton's
yeah.
helping to lead it.
yeah, she's
And,
great.
Yeah. So, and there's a couple coming up, I think, or in November, so.
And they do a round robin kind of around the county, right?
Right.
They go to different locations.
Yep.
Do we have one coming here?
No, we're not hosting one. I think the next two are downtown at the Raleigh Chamber.
We should be open to
But-
hosting one.
But yeah, we can think about, so they're kind of in that public input engagement period to get impact from all the, communities and right now, so. So we'll see where that goes too. And that's it for me tonight. And I'm here to answer questions as always about any economic development activities or
I have a question, because I didn't answer it. What's the name of the Mexican restaurant?
Mezcalito.
Mezcalito.
Yep.
Thank you.
So it's a Mexican restaurant and tequila bar concept. There's one, I believe, in Clayton. So you can Google Mezcalito in Clayton, kind of see what that'll look like. And I believe they'll be in one of the spaces that Cobblestone is designated for either the patio seating or the rooftop bar. So,
Cool. And I forgot to mention Anytime Fitness in my list, so I'm adding that. But do you have a time frame from them?
Nothing specific, and
Like a general?
as soon as somebody says something, it gets pushed.
moves.
Yeah, so, I mean, right now, mid-2024, perhaps.
Gotcha. Hopefully by next summer.
Yeah.
See some. The apartments are moving along, though.
Yep,
Yeah, they're moving.
yeah, so the buildings are going vertical, and so,
Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
I don't know how rumors get started, but, the rumor, I know at least 10 to 12 people asked me, is Publix really coming? Because the rumor is they're not. I think you squashed it a little bit
They're
there.
coming.
Can you officially say that they are coming, Michael? Because somebody's got a rumor out there they're not coming. So.
with the knowledge that I have, I believe they're coming. I don't know. How do you guarantee anything in this world? But it's like anything else. I think, there's intent to come. Companies and businesses sign letters of intent, and then they enter leases, and then there's stages that make it more sure that, okay, yes, it definitely looks like, they're going to be here. And the latest we've heard is that they would start to clear ground and, be open in 2025. So,
2025 is the date.
yeah,
Is that spring or fall, do you know?
can't say for sure, but
I wouldn't say
it's far out, yeah.
But they got pushed back a lot. You remember they had some challenges when those costs went up. We had the same thing as a town.
Yep.
So all of that plays into that. But I did look on the Construction Journal today, and I do see it out there. Publix is out there, and I think Kelly told us, 2 weeks ago, that it had been signed. They closed the deal.
Okay.
So Publix own the property, Kelly?
So it's official.
Right, so,
Two questions for you. So you can explain this. I'm sorry to put you on the hot seat. Got a lot of questions about the car wash company. That there are two coming. Want to explain that? I mean, I know the answer to that, but maybe from you would be a little better.
sure. And you're referring to the two signs that are out there kind of on either side of Bojangles right now? And I'll maybe have planning weigh into, but I believe one of those, the Dan's Car Wash, is no longer going to be there. They withdrew, so now it's a matter of them needing to go remove the sign. But the one will still be planning to come, the tidal wave.
Yes,
And then,
the
yeah,
Big Dan
confirm.
sign was put up prematurely, and we're in the process of getting that sign removed. And Tidal Wave Car Wash does have a site development plan recently submitted.
I have a question for you as well, maybe even for Kelly. So I know there was some ruling that came out a long time ago about businesses not having to register in the municipality they're going in. But sometimes that causes a lot of conflict within the community, like this one did. Is there anything that can be done? Like when Pizza Hut came into town, I remember many of the board members didn't know that, and I only found out because I was in the area. So is there any type where we can be notified before this happens, or there's still not a requirement that they fill?
They are required. So you brought that up to me, and I did find out they are required to, if they cannot put a sign up unless they have an active application in with planning. So that was premature on that, and so that's why we verified they're not coming. They're supposed to be taking that sign down.
Okay,
They-
so what about like when Pizza Hut came?
I don't know that answer. I was not here, I'm sorry. But they are supposed to only have coming to Rolesville sign up if they have an active application, we approve the sign permit.
I just feel like they didn't because nobody knew. And I was just wondering. there's
For
no-
Pizza Hut, you mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
And-
And then the last one is, I'm not sure if the graffiti is back or if the graffiti never left. Yes.
So
thank you.
just yesterday, DOT confirmed with me that the contractor removes graffiti, has that, and is supposed to be removing that any day now. It was reported 2 weeks ago.
I saw it today.
Yeah, it was reported 2 weeks ago, and
Where was
and
it?
I checked back yesterday on it.
Where
I
was
think,
it?
right, Chief? And they said that it was supposed to be removed very soon.
So is that the original one that was there? Does anybody know?
Where did you see it today?
I saw it on 401 right before, well, if you're leaving,
It's the sound wall, it's the sound wall
On the
before
wall?
Lowe's, yeah.
Yeah, I had seen it there before, too.
Yeah, this is the second round.
Oh, it's the second round, okay.
I want to go back to Publix. So if you go on Construction Journal, for those of you who are into this, there's a bid document out right now for Publix retail shops, Walbrook, Rolesville. Estimated value, $12.4 million. It is on the street right now for bid.
That's what I was updating from.
You said it's on the street right now for bid?
There's a bid document out for bid right now. Bidding is starting right now, November 2023.
Any other questions for Michael? Thank you. Appreciate it. Good job.
you.
Thanks, Michael.
Next item we have is public invited to be heard. Is anybody signed up, Robin? Can you verify? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on because of the lengthy agenda there. We've got some dignitaries waiting. It's the end of the agenda, so we're going to try to get through this efficiently. So, old business. This is the Hills of Harris Creek map amendment rezoning, RZ-23-03, and voluntary annexation petition for ANX-22-04. This is a legislative hearing for the Hills of Harris Creek rezoning application and annexation petition. It was closed on October the 3rd, 2023. Town Board Commissioners meeting. The board voted to table their decision on the rezoning application and annexation petition to the November the 8th, 2003 meeting. If you look in your meeting agenda package on page 97, I believe it is, I may be wrong on the 95. Is some highlights there of what the condition changes are. So this public hearing has been closed, Attorney, and I think the guidelines I'm going to give is a update from the Planning Department. I'll allow the application to give an update of the changes that they are making, and then I will turn it over to the board to discuss. So you're first.
Thank you, Mayor Curran. For your consideration is rezoning case 2303 and annexation 2204 Hills at Harris Creek. What I had on the slide is exactly what you said, so I don't have to say it again. Just a quick reminder, this is about 116 acres located on the north side of Mitchell Mill Road, south of Harris Creek, and on the western, not too far on the western edge is Jonesville Road. The applicant is requesting to change the zoning from Wake County Residential 30 to Residential High Conditional Zoning District, the majority of it in yellow on this slide, and a smaller section, about 13 acres, to Neighborhood Center Conditional Zoning District. I'll skip to, overall, it's 2.3 units per acre. It includes a community clubhouse and pool, some open space, greenway and collector roadway connections. There's a power line easement that goes through the property, and there are several voluntary conditions. And I'd like to highlight the updates in the conditions. The first condition that was updated has to do with the neighborhood center conditional zoning district portion. In the neighborhood center zoning district, there is a requirement for non-residential development. And with that district, a certain percentage of the non-residential development has to be started by the time you hit 50% of the residential building permits. So the applicant has added some clarification there with this updated condition. Now the condition about the mixture of uses states that at least 2,000 square feet of non-residential building area shall be permitted prior to permitting more than 136 residential units, and that's about half. So they've added that square footage mark instead of a percentage of space. The next condition that's been updated or changed has to do with affordable housing. The original condition talked about donating $20,000 towards affordable housing, and the revised condition states that a townhome shall be developed and donated to a charitable organization that provides homes to veterans, public school teachers, and/or persons with specialized training who are among the first to arrive and provide assistance, like first responders, including but not limited to law enforcement, paramedics, EMTs, firefighters. Developers shall be entitled to a waiver of Town of Rolesville permit fees for the donated home. So some additional information there. The next condition that's been added to has to do with the transportation improvements. The applicant has added to that saying, while it is anticipated that the improvements contemplated by this condition will be clarified by a development agreement, reimbursement agreement, or other written agreement between the property and the town, the absence of such an agreement does not deem or does not invalidate the condition. And then notwithstanding the foregoing, the town acknowledges that some of the potential traffic improvements set forth in the TIA report with this project are contemplated by some other TIAs and other projects. And nothing contained in this condition shall be construed to limit or hamper the property owner's ability to enter into agreements with the owners of the nearby projects to share the costs of any roadway and transportation improvements. And that sounds very legalese. I think what that means is that the applicant can work with other projects and developers, property owners, to collaborate on paying for certain traffic improvements, like when a traffic signal is warranted. And then finally, the applicant added a condition that the acreage of the Duke Power easements, about 20 acres, shall be omitted from all required passive and active open space calculations. And just a reminder, the comprehensive plan future land use designation for this property is medium-density residential. Medium-density residential is predominantly single-family detached housing with pockets of other housing types like townhomes, duplex, maybe some multifamily. And the typical density range for medium density is 3 to 5 units per acre. This application is consistent with the medium-density land use designation because that matches up with, it can match up with the residential high zoning district based on the density requested, also with the neighborhood center conditional district. And the proposed density is slightly less than the medium density range, so 2.3 is a little less than 3 to 5 units per acre. The concept plan does illustrate the community transportation plan roadway recommendations, and it also illustrates the greenways as per our 2022 plan. And the planning board recommended approval of the application with a vote of 3 to 1. The one dissenting vote was from a member who stated he did not think townhomes were a great fit in this location, and the other 3 members found the request reasonable. And staff does recommend approval of this rezoning application based on the consistency with the comprehensive plan and the mix of uses and proposed improvements. Here are suggested motions, and I know Mayor Kern, you mentioned letting the applicant speak, and staff is also available for any questions.
Yeah, before we do that, is there any questions from any of the board members for staff?
Yes, that's one. Meredith, can you just clarify? I know that our future land use map actually has been mix of uses. What does our current land use map say for this property? Residential low or medium?
So the current zoning district is Wake County Residential 30, and then the land use designation, future land use designation is just a planning term. So the land use designation is medium density residential.
Thank you.
Question, anything else? Any questions from the board? Question on this side? Thank you, Meredith.
Certainly.
And I may call you back up to clarify something if you need to.
This, okay. And I also have the presentation you gave before, if you would like me to pull any of that up.
Yeah, no, I think this will.
This is good? Okay, great.
Okay, well, come up, if you would, state your name, your physical address, if you would, for the record.
My name is Jason Pfister, Vice President of Development, Ellis Developments. It's 5715 Kirkwood Park Drive in Raleigh.
Thank you.
Appreciate everybody taking the opportunity again to allow us to present this project. I know, I've discussed this with everyone and it's back. I wanted to kind of highlight just a couple things I think Meredith talked about. Based on the discussion last time, we went back and made some changes to the zoning conditions, just a couple points of clarity. With respect to the affordable housing, the $20,000 donation that we talked about to a veterans group is still in the condition. We've just added a second condition. We're actually going to donate an entire finished house. But what we did was expand that definition a little bit broader than veterans to kind of just, sort of cover more potential options in the community.
I'm sorry, so are you saying that the 20,000 is now rolled into the home, or is that two?
No, it's still there. That's what I wanted to clarify. The new donated home is not a replacement. We're doing both.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The other two are really just sort of clarifying a couple points. With respect to the traffic conditions, there's several projects that all have to kind of improve the same intersection or install, the TIA require improvements in our, required for our project are also kind of covered by some others. So it's just putting some language in there that allows us to work with other developers to make that happen. It's really kind of clarifying things. But otherwise, I just want to kind of go over, make myself available if anybody has any questions. Also want to introduce you. Steve is here. He's finally back. He was out of the country at the last meeting, but he's here to answer any questions as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, unless you guys was going to do any more presentation, let's do all the presentation you were
okay.
doing, and then
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to go, I think everything's,
Is that
I know you
okay?
guys have a long agenda, and
Okay.
I know I've spoken to you at length about this, so I'm happy to go through everything, but that's the
Yeah,
extent of my prepared.
let's do the presentation, and then we'll do a question and answer.
I think, as Jason said, sorry, it's for the record, Steve Ellis Developments. The presentation, we just really wanted to edit it down for you. It was more just, I wanted to just go through a little bit of the history from where we started with this development. We initially approached yourselves, the planning department, to request approximately 340 lots on the development. And about 6 months into the process, we were given advice that the board yourselves were preferring not to see smaller lots, because we were following the history that was being created around us and had been passed by yourselves over the last few years of typically a 5,000 square foot lot. And the feeling that was, or the advice we were being given was that you were all preferring to see a little bit larger lots rather than 5,000 square foot. So we were trying to follow your future land use mapping of trying to achieve your 3 acres plus to give you the tax base that you want for the future growth of the city to then pay for things down the line. However, we took advice from planning department. We went back a few steps, redesigned our layout, and we were then, I think we're currently around 240 or 250 lots currently. So we dropped about 90 lots out of the estate, which allowed us then to give you what we'd been advised, which was 7,500 minimum square foot lots. With the actually average size is, I think it's close to 9,000. It's close to 9,000 square foot on average we have for about 129 lots within the estate. Some of them are a little bit larger than quarter acre as well as you progress further through to the back of the estate, almost parkland type lots. And then the pocket of townhomes at the front, we left there, which were originally on the plan, but we left them there more as a requirement for 2 things. One, to try and keep your tax base close to what you were trying to achieve, which was 3 lots per acre plus. As you can see, we're a bit below that, but we can't squeeze any more lots in there. And secondly, you asked us and our neighbour, the Hopper development, to have commercial. It's probably, everybody realises that where you have shops and commercial of that nature, you need rooftops. If you don't have rooftops, none of the shop owners will come and rent the shops or lease the shops, because there's not enough people close by to actually support the shopping. Hopper have got 50,000 square foot commercial centre, which they hope to subdivide into shops and get users, cafes, newspaper shops, whatever they want, but a diversity there. They are looking forward to us getting a little bit more density, a pocket of density, to try and support that, because they feel that their pocket of townhomes, which is just around their development there, which is only a couple of 100 yards away from ours, is not sufficient for them to try and draw in more tenants to lease the shops from them. So they're looking forward to that as well. So the combination of us trying to achieve the tax base for yourself for the future growth of the city, to give you the income that you need to grow and pay for the infrastructure that you have, the roads, the sewer, the various other parts that are around there, that tax base will allow you to pay for that. And then secondly, rather than having empty shops next door in the Hopper development without, with say semi-acreage lots around them, you won't have enough rooftops to support and customers to support those shops that they want in. So it's a combination of both those factors and guidance from the planning department that a small pocket of townhomes there seemed reasonable to the zoning, and it actually fits in the zoning. In that area of zoning around anything that's to do with commercial for an NC estate, it's actually zoned 8 lots per acre, and we are not even achieving that. So we've tried to achieve as much as possible the density that you've put out there. We've also tried to achieve as much as possible. In fact, we have achieved your minimum lot size that you've, even though it's not yet in your ordinance, you've advised us that's where you want to go. So we've tried to keep ahead of what you want by giving you the 7,500 square foot single family homes as well. So I just wanted to retrace the steps where we've been for the last 12 months and why we've ended up here today.
And I just wanted to add in one point about the commercial. As we've mentioned, we're planning it to be a daycare center, and that's really kind of a function of, we've had several meetings with the neighborhood, the neighbors on Manley Farm Road particularly, and that was kind of a compromise, explain the need for commercial. They want something that's going to kind of serve a neighborhood commercial, but the neighbors were very receptive to a child care idea because it's no nights, no weekends, relatively low traffic except kind of peak times. So we think that that's a good kind of amenity, and really it's kind of in conjunction with the much larger development of retail going on, the Hopper project next door. We think this is a good complementary use.
How big would that daycare be, square footage? Approximate?
10,000 square, approximately 10,000 square feet. And the reason it's 2 acres is about, in talking to brokers, and that's kind of the relatively standard size of a Goddard school or kind of one of those standalone childcare center sites.
Thank you. Any other presentations from anybody? Well, the floor is yours, Commissioner Sutton. You,
Oh, I had a
yeah.
question. I
Yes,
forgot my
que-
question. I have another question, though. Thank you. Did you say 10,000 square feet? I think I missed some numbers, because I could have sworn I wrote down 2,000.
The condition is at least 2,000. We just did that. The daycare center is going to be approximately 10,000 square feet, but that's really just that 2,000 threshold was just kind of a minimum standard to show. I know that was raising your concern. There was, at the last meeting we discussed sort of, it's kind of the chicken or the egg. Is the commercial going to get developed first, or kind of at the back end? And
So you were saying 2,000 of the 10,000?
yeah.
Okay, because I missed that. Okay.
And I'll say, Commissioner Sutton, that language is more, that language and condition, we use that because it's from other projects, so we knew that was language you guys liked, but that's really more designed for kind of a strip mall type center. This is a one single user site, so for all intents and purposes, we could make that 10,000. We just didn't want to put that because in case the building comes in at 9,000 square feet or something like that. But I want that, we put that in there to reassure you and the rest of the commissioners that in the very least, the project will be halfway done. That's like kind of the latest the commercial could come. But we do anticipate it's being designed and developed to be kind of standalone, and there's very strong interest in the market for there's just a shortage in this area. So we think it's very likely that they'll want to go, they don't need these houses to kind of go, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Okay, let me try to remember my other question. Yes. The other question is where the single-family homes are located in the rear of the development. And remind me, what street is this in front of the development? What's the street? I'm visual, I'm sorry.
It's Mitchell Mill Road
Okay.
is awful.
So when it goes back to the single-family homes, how do they get out other than that front
Let's
exit?
talk about the sorry, there's quite a delay. These houses back here,
Yeah, how do they get out?
You can see there's two entrances on Mitchell Mill. Given that the power easement and the wetlands and the adjoining property owners, we've planned for future cross connectivity, but
Excuse me.
obviously we can only go to where, that's the plan.
So currently, there's no entrances back there where the single-family homes are. I'm just making sure I'm understanding this correctly. Up front, there's 2 exits on Mitchell Mill for the entire community. Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
It appeared to have one stub out back there, though, right?
Yeah.
Is that what he did? Is that a stub out?
There is one
Yeah,
stub out in
there's
the
a
back.
stub out here. And,
No, that's right, it's 2 stub outs. Yeah.
and then one here.
Yeah. I think the commissioner's concern was way in the back, I think,
Right.
that's what she was talking about. So-
Yeah, and just given the wetland, there's really nowhere to go laterally here.
Other than an easement through the adjoining
Well,
property.
yeah, I'm just saying, I guess, sort of back or this way, sorry, this is really delayed. There's no real cross, because of the power easement and the wetlands, there's no real kind of cross connectivity. This is Mr. Underhill's property next to us. And then we've planned for future, in the event there's future development there for those.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I don't have any.
What about anybody else for the applicants here? Any questions?
No.
No? Any questions for staff? Any final questions for staff? All right, not hearing any. I'm gonna, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. I'm gonna ask Meredith, does she have any closing from staff before I turn it over to board for
No, sir.
consideration?
I just wanted to put the motion slide up for you.
Okay.
Don't lose these nice glasses.
Thanks.
So with that, thanks, everybody, and I will turn it over to the board for consideration. And you have the consideration up there on the board.
Yes, I just want to remind the board of our last meeting that we discussed about not having townhomes, just a walkability in our area. And we spent numerous of hours talking about that. So I move to deny rezoning 23-03 Hills at Harris Creek. Excuse me.
Okay, let me see if I get a second first.
I'll second it.
Okay, I got a motion and a second.
If we could we request a continuance and see if we could maybe address some of those other issues?
Yeah, I think I
Motion
would
would still be the
kick that to the attorney, Dave. What do we got now is a motion and a second to deny, and we have a question from, or a request from the applicant for a continuation.
So the motion to deny is the fundamental base motion. A substitute motion could come in, would be in order to take some other action other than final disposition of the case.
Okay. So any comments on why the board, we asking the board to continue?
Yeah, I would like the opportunity just to again, meet with commissioners, explain
I can explain.
Yeah, we didn't get to deliberate. I feel like we're not completing the process.
Okay.
So the matter is with the board.
Right.
If there is a will among at least one board member to consider continuance, or it would actually be a postponement of the vote, that motion is now in order once that person is recognized by the mayor. And if that were to get a second, that would be considered first. If that motion were to pass, that would be the way we resolve it for now. If that motion were to fail, then the original motion would be back on the table.
Okay, so it makes sense. So is there any second motion from the board to continuation by any commissioner?
A second or first?
No, this is a first on the
Be a-
motion to
To
continuation.
continue it.
I make a motion to continue it to, D.
It'd be a motion to postpone the vote to your
Next meeting?
December meeting.
Okay, then I make a motion
or
No, we don't need to vote.
I think we want to keep that a ceremonial meeting,
That'd
so
be January
it'd
1.
be the January meeting.
And we're fine with that. I think we're close, and I think we'd like the opportunity to use that extra time to maybe see if we can reduce the number of townhomes or find some things that might be able to work.
All single-family homes, because this board's picking up the hours to talk about more town.
Okay, well, and that'll give us time to maybe explore that option as well, so we would really
Let's take a
appreciate.
second before we go there.
Yeah,
I feel like
okay.
we're out of
Okay, so
order.
give me a second to my
Yeah, so
postpone.
Commissioner Medley has a motion to postpone until the first meeting in January. Is there a second to her motion?
And that can come from any board member.
Huh?
That can come from any board member, even a board member who has
Board member.
motioned on
Second
something else.
To postpone to January whatever the second meeting is.
As Commissioner Sutton mentioned, we didn't really have the opportunity. I appreciate I wasn't here, but you didn't have the opportunity to debate it because most of the evening was spent talking about the text amendment, and we didn't have the opportunity to have a round discussion with you all to go through this and to get the feedback then. So we're kind of being put on the spot a little bit this evening because it's been closed. We're not allowed full access presentation opening it, so we would very much like the opportunity to have that, and to equally to look at the economics of doing what Councillor Olsen is asking us to do, which is to pull out the townhomes. It's not something that we've really looked at for the economics, so we'd like the opportunity to do that.
All right. Thank you very much, and we're going to continue our consideration here. So I'm at a point, one last question here. Is there anybody that wants to second Commissioner Medley's motion, which is to continue? Not hearing any, it sounds like that one has died. So now we're back to the original motion made by Commissioner Austin, second by Commissioner Sutton. And the motion is, my understanding, is to deny.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So we got a motion to deny. Is there any other discussion on this vote?
No, sir.
Any other discussion?
I want to share, because I'd like the public to know why I second this motion. One, as Commissioner Austin already mentioned, the walkability factor where it's located. We are seeking commercial. We do not need townhomes in that area. All I think about is the bypass and the safety of our citizens. I also think about, that's why I asked you about if there's an exit back there. I can see us on the news because somebody couldn't get out of an exit because there's a fire or something horrible happens back there and you have this long strip of land. It just seems like an unfortunate piece of land that was purchased and it needs some additional access that is not currently there. Maybe it's a future thing, but I can't see consciously voting for this with those things there that can't be remedied.
I want to say something because at the last meeting.
Oh, I wasn't finished.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
And then the
I'm
last
so
thing.
sorry.
The last thing is residents that live around that area, they are used to the R30 zoning. They have been there for a long time, and I don't think that this is conducive to that area. Now I'm done.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right.
To add to that, at our last meeting, I did bring that up about the walkability, but I put the motion in place, there was no second, to see what you can do in terms of, as Commissioner Olsen said, single-family homes. So that was the purpose of me saying, you need the opportunity to come back.
You did state.
Yeah, and like I said,
We're
You can't- you
deliberating,
can't
so, sorry,
keep on
sorry,
going.
unless they ask you a particular
Okay.
question, don't mind, thank you. Any other discussion from any board member? I'm gonna call it for a vote. Any other question from any board member? Not hearing any, I'll call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say no. Did you get that? I'm not sure if
I didn't vote yet because we're saying no to the deny, right?
right, no,
We're saying yes to the deny.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes, yes.
I know, it's kind of backwards.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna, ask advice on this. So I understand the deny, and I know that my motion was not, there was no second. So I'm not sure, how do I know the deny? Because I put in the request for the
That motion's
Your,
dead.
your motion is as though it never happened, and so now you vote your free conscience on the pending motion.
Okay, you all voted.
We voted to deny.
I'm voting the opposite of wherever they voted, because I wish we had the opportunity to explore it more. So,
Okay, okay.
if that makes
So-
sense.
So she votes no. I didn't get April's vote.
I deny it.
Okay, all right. So the motion carries to deny the annexation petition and the rezoning petition. Thank you, board, appreciate that. Thanks a lot. I think that's a good question. I think maybe you heard the board's discussion here, so is it 6 months, I think, Meredith, is that,
Yes, a waiver can be requested. And
it's 6 months? Is
yes,
that what
but
it
6
is?
months is the waiting period as per LDO.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Thank you, guys, appreciate it. Okay, thank you, board. Next item is, old business is the continuation of legislative hearing. Legislative hearing for ANX 23-02 and map amendment 2205, which is 1216 Rolesville Road. I think this one was tabled by Commissioner Bilga, I think, for this meeting. So, Michael, I see you up. I will turn it over to you to talk about this petition.
Sure. Please give me a moment.
Mayor Kern, while I have a minute, with regard to that 6-month waiver, that 6-month waiver only applies where the application that is brought forward to you again is substantially the same as the prior application. One could imagine a new application being brought forward with regard to this land that was entirely a single-family project, and I don't think that the 6-month waiver would be required, as it would be a substantially different proposal.
So is that, we need to know if that's what Meredith just told them. Because it's,
We'll communicate.
Okay.
I'm sure there'll be conversation about that, and we also have no idea what they might submit.
True. Yeah.
So the planning director will need to make a determination whether it's the same or substantially the same.
got it.
Yep.
And I was- just
Understood.
to clarify, I do believe the single-family home should be out there, but I was just trying to cut down the time.
Okay.
That's all the time I could get you, Mike.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mayor, members of the Board of Commissioners. This is map amendment 2205, voluntary annexation 2302 for a project known as 1216 Rolesville Road. First, the general location here, this big picture of town shows Main Street, the 401 bypass, the Averitt Young into Rolesville Road corridor, and then the site sits right here. You can see the Rolesville High School very prominently in the aerial. Zooming in a little bit more, for the future land use plan, the designation for this tract of land is the mixed-use neighborhood category. That is this more burgundy red here. And looking at the current zoning of the property, it is the RL Residential Low Zoning District. You can see this property is contiguous to other larger tracts of land and a subdivision across Rolesville Road of that same zoning. Descriptions of these two categories. Again, the future land use map, that mixed-use neighborhood, I won't read this verbatim, but it does call for kind of a live, shop, play type of mix of use, interconnected neighborhood of walkable streets, et cetera. That is the type of development that it seeks. And then the current zoning is a very low density. It's the lowest density zoning district in the LDO, allows for 2 dwelling units of single-family detached only per density, or per acre. When going through subdivision, 20-acre or almost half-acre lot minimums, et cetera. So it's very low-density, single-family zoning. So looking at the request and viewing the site a little bit through an aerial, it's approximately 11.8 acres. Again, that current zoning is RL zoning district. The applicant is seeking to rezone to a neighborhood center as a conditional zoning, so that acronym of NCCZ. The crux of the project that is being proposed through those conditions in the concept plan are 68 townhomes and a minimum of 30,000 square foot of general non-residential commercial type development. This property does sit outside the town limits, so a voluntary annexation petition is also accompanying this rezoning request. This is a simple picture of the concept site plan. Again, I just kind of put some images here. Those are the public street networks shown as potential. Those would be the townhome buildings. And in the bottom right-hand corner, which is the south, is where they're identifying that commercial area. So the neighborhood center commercial or conditional district, in this request, again, it's requesting 68 single-family attached, known as townhome lots, 30,000 square foot non-residential. In the NC district, the residential density max is 8 units per acre. On their concept plan, they're showing a density of 5.8. Now, the math is the entire acreage divided by the 68 gets that 5.8. Further in the slides, you'll see when you call out the areas that are required for the non-residential portion, the acreage is a little bit under 9, so that raises the density quotient up, but it's still under the 8. And again, I have that on the slide in a moment. The conditions of approval, there are 3 of them. It's general compliance to this concept site plan that we see. A list of commitments to townhome architecture, so windows and materials and foundation, et cetera, things that the LDO generally does not govern. And then doubling down on the road improvements that the traffic impact analysis that was done for this project have identified to be done. So putting those in writing in a condition. So again, analyzing the neighborhood center district a little bit more, it is appropriate in this property's mixed-use neighborhood land use category. It does include a neighborhood-oriented commercial mix of uses, which their concept plan is showing the intent to do. Here's where I've done that little finer math. So the district, the NC district, requires a maximum, or allows a maximum, 75% of the area for residential, and then a minimum of 15% as non-residential. So I took the 11.8 acres, did the math. So again, it comes up to just under 9 acres for the maximum residential will have to be provided, and then 1.77 acres minimum for the non-residential. So that's where I recalculated the density. I have that on the next slide. The NC district is one of those mixed-use districts that has a timing of development. So the developer cannot develop residential up to a certain threshold, in this case it's 50% building permit issuance, until they get 25% of the non-residential under building permit issuance. So there's that timing between the two. You can't build all the residential and then maybe never build the commercial under the NC district. Through the analysis phases, the community transportation plan, as you see in this drawing here, the Rolesville Road is identified as a future 3-lane, so a 2-lane with a 2-way left turn in the middle type lane with curb gutter bike lanes, et cetera. There are no collector roads identified through the property. Sorry, there's the property. So you see the big network in the CTP. It has a road through here, down here, et cetera. The green line here is that Fowler Road extension to the west of Rolesville Road. Here's a clip of the project sheet from the backside or the back end of the CTP. Again, calls out again, this is the Averett Young Rolesville Road corridor. Our property is right about there. Let me see, did I have? There you go. And so it calls for a proposed number of lanes of 3 and a total right-of-way of 80 feet minimum in this vicinity.
So that would intersect with that property? It didn't look like on the first slide you showed.
Say again, intersect?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Would it join that property, the road, the proposed road? It looked like it didn't in the earlier slide, but then you touched it, so I wasn't clear.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No.
it's a ways away, right?
No, so the community transportation plan has no planned roads touching this property.
Gotcha, okay,
Except for the obviousness of Rolesville Road, which is identified for being expanded
gotcha.
into
Okay,
that
thank
3-lane,
you.
80-foot wide, yes. The Greenway Plan from 2022, this shows, again, there's our little property, side path along this side, or the west side of Rolesville Road here, in front of the property would be called for. And bike lanes within Rolesville Road are in the bicycle plan. There we go. The Traffic impact analysis, and I will mention we have Andrew from Ramey Kemp Associates here who performed the traffic impact analysis. He is here to answer questions as well. But real general, and this is also in the staff memo, those AM, PM, peak, and overall daily trips that this site was expected to generate. So 89 in the AM, 125 in the PM, and just under 2,000 daily trips. The staff memo also has, again, details about those TIA road improvements. I think there's 4, 2 at each of the site driveways. And one of the, I think this came from the DOT congestion management review, was that the site drive 1, which is the northern one, requires a dedicated southbound right turn lane into that driveway with 50 feet of storage. The planning board considered this application back in April and had a recommendation of approval with 2 requests. And that one was to consider moving the retail buildings from the site's south end to the north end, and to identify a town square or plaza, more of like a public space within this neighborhood or within this development. And so that turned into what the applicant created was a post-planning board concept plan. So here I've circled in big. If you recall from the original, and I have it on the next slide, the commercial building, et cetera, was on the southeast side. Sorry, for orientation, Rolesville Road is here, plan right. They moved it to the north, and then they filled those areas with townhome buildings. So they kind of flip-flopped the townhomes and the commercial area, and also created a plaza space here. So addressing those 2 items that the planning board had suggested. The analysis here from staff overall and the TRC is that the chosen or requested zoning district is consistent with the future land use of that mixed-use neighborhood. The proposed density, again, here's that recalculation I mentioned, is still under the 8 maximum. So right now, with the acreage and the numbers of units, it would still be compliant with the NC maximum density. The 2021 CTP roadway network is reasonably shown on that concept plan. There's enough detail there to show that they have full intention to build all the frontage improvements and widen Rolesville Road as is required. And greenway, side paths, and bike lanes are again shown to be intended to be developed with this project per each of those plans, the greenway plan and the bicycle plan. So here's the comparison between the pre-planning board concept plan, and this is the one that went through multiple rounds of TRC review. It always had the commercial area here on the south. And then here's the post-planning board to address the 2 planning board items. They moved that big box of a building to the north, and then this is that plaza space that they identified. And then we have a couple of slides that were provided by the applicant. These were shown at the planning board, I believe, at that time, and also just included here, just to show this is the types of buildings and constructions that this developer says would come for that commercial portion. We do have some motions here for your consideration, and again, we have Ramey Kemp here for the traffic impact analysis. The applicant is also here to speak.
Is current zoning Wake County R30?
No, ma'am, it's RL. This property is in the ETJ. So it's under the town's LDO zoning, and it's that RL, which is the lowest density zoning district that the town had. Recall it had the 2 dwelling units per acre, 20,000 acre lots, so it's almost half acre lots.
But they're pretty big right now.
It's
pretty
about
big.
the biggest lot,
Exactly.
that the LDO requires,
Gotcha.
minimally requires.
And these are all townhomes?
Yes, ma'am. 68 townhomes and that 30,000 square foot minimum of commercial.
Gotcha.
A lot of traffic across from that high school.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, for Michael, sit down. Let's make sure we got any questions for Michael. I know, Paul, we tabled a concern with the corridor study. Is there any questions around that for Michael, or are you satisfied with where we tabled it?
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, did we look at the study based on what they came up with versus what we would need in front of this property? Does it change anything that we had originally?
Yeah. I'm going to ask Andrew to come up.
Okay.
He did of course, the traffic impact analysis for this site, and then he has become a bit familiar with that AYR corridor, and also Meredith, she might be able to offer, because she's been much more closer to the AYR than I am. So, Andrew.
Good evening. I'm Andrew Eagle with Ramey Kemp Associates. We did the TIA for this.
Just for clarity for everybody.
Sure.
He's with staff.
I can explain.
That's true.
Sure. All right.
Great point.
So the town's traffic impact analysis process is, the town has 2 consultants on call, Ramey Kemp, Stantec, you know Mr. Peach from other meetings. When we get a rezoning or any other project that triggers the threshold for requiring a traffic study, which is, I think, 50 AM or PM peak trips or 500 daily trips, the applicant has to do a traffic impact analysis study. We then go eeny, meeny, miny, mo with the 2 consultants, pick them, go through contracting, scoping, et cetera. The firm does the traffic analysis. So they are working more with the town than the applicant, absolutely, but I like to think of them as independent as much as possible. The applicant does pay the fee as a pass-through through the town. If that helps understand the process.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed. Thank you.
All right, no problem. So we did the TIA for this, and I believe it was underway the same time as the corridor study was. So there is not a whole lot of integration between the two as far as the TIA goes. So I would have to look more into the corridor study to see exactly what the concepts look like in this particular area, to see what that typical section looks like versus what the TIA is calling for that's needed. But again, the TIA, it's looking at what are the impacts for the development, and the corridor study is more for overall growth in the area, right?
Excuse me one second.
Go ahead.
With the corridor study, the detail in that focused more on the intersections. If you recall, I remember from the work session, we talked about a general notion that keeping the densities lower in the corridor would, of course, be less traffic. I mean, that's basic, but more of the focused improvements were on intersections.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions while I'm up here?
Did that satisfy your question? Okay. Any other questions for the traffic impact
Not on traffic.
engineer? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Michael?
Yeah, this site is about smack dab in the middle between 2 studied intersections, Mitchell Mill and Rolesville Road, and then at the bypass. So it's not directly near any of those majorly studied intersections from the AYR
And does
study.
it touch any approved development already? Any development
Yes.
that's already been approved?
Yes, immediately to the north, it abuts The Point.
The Point. I
In one
thought
of
so.
its townhome areas, so that public street that the original layout would have connected to, that's going to be a required stub connection, because The Point had stubbed a local street from its townhome component to there. So there is a synergy, so to speak, between The Point, which is already approved under construction as we speak,
Right.
with what this plan would be bringing forth.
Gotcha.
But that is the only adjacent existing development.
If you would entertain one more question for me. It's just a wish, but I'm going to ask. So you know where the intersection is across the bypass that we're talking about, the street going across Rolesville Road, I always say Rolesville Road. Is there any future plan from DOT to put some type of safe crossing mechanism there? Our whole point in building up downtown is so people can have that walkability. I will not go across that bypass except in a car. And I know some people do it.
Students.
And I know we talked about this before. Where is that in process? Do you know?
I am not familiar with anything beyond the recent sidewalk improvement with all the lights and the zigzag.
The zigzag.
That is, right, because I don't believe there was a pedestrian crossing before that.
Right.
Of course, we could probably what you're building to is probably a bridge.
Yeah, we need a
That
bridge.
we could at least say,
We
yeah.
need something.
So, but that's a big bridge, and that's a lot of money, and that's a long, probably, future from now.
I thought it
don't
was
know if it was
denied.
studied or
There was
not.
some reasoning behind that.
Yeah, we talked about wanting a bridge.
Yeah, I think
That's why I
our-
said I just asked as a wish,
Yeah.
just to see if there was anything.
Yeah, I
that
think
DOT might
our
propose.
consultant we hired said it'd be too expensive, and they didn't put it in the plan, so.
That's it. Thank you,
What
Michael.
else? Anybody else?
I don't got none.
Anybody else? Thank you, Michael. Before I proceed, make sure I'm on procedure here. Last meeting, when Paul we asked for the continuation, I had opened the public hearing, we attenuated the public hearing, or do I need to open it for procedure? It doesn't say here in the documentation, I don't think.
You should open the public hearing.
Okay, sounds good. So anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, I will open the public hearing and ask, is there any applicant presentation, anything the applicant want to present to the board? State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Ronnie, Mr. Curran. Robert Shar. I live at 1216, sorry, that's the site. I live at 924 Evening Snow Street in Rolesville with my wife MJ and James Daniel, my son. I've been here since 2012. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everybody and for your time this evening to entertain the project that's in question and up on the board. I think we've gone through this enough times. I just want to touch on a couple brief things. I know you've all had a long week in regards to everything that's gone on, so glad everybody made through that safe and sound. Again, my name is Robert Shar. I am a local developer. I've been in Rolesville since 2012. We've done a lot of retail builds in market, things like daycares, dentists, interesting supporting initiatives for kids, track out programs. They've all been extremely successful in the Wake Forest market. I've recently bought 3 different tracks here in Rolesville, and like I said, I've been here since 2012. As you know, it's an 11.8 acre track. We're looking for 68 townhome approvals, which are completely adjacent, to Ashton Woods townhome community, so it would be a nice continuance from where they are. I think everybody heard the open space requirement is 1.7 acres. We're at 3.87 acres. As far as the density in units, the 5.8 acre calculation on 8 was what was required. We've gone closer to the max in order to try and achieve the most amount of commercial space that allows the project to be affordable, to bring really good commercial to that location, still be able to afford to put up a 30,000 square foot building. We recently had a neighborhood meeting, and Mr. Joe Jefferson and Hanny Hasono showed up. We had very good conversations. They were specifically very excited about not having to drive 5 or 6 miles to get to retail. So they, at the time, did not have objections. They asked us for a couple things, which we've been supplying over the last week. So that meeting went well with the local community. And those 2 homeowners live directly across the street in the community. I think it's 24 homes, literally directly across the street from the site. So we got really good feedback from the neighborhood. We're also a local retail group and interested in local business and business development. We are a big believer in partnership with Rolesville. I'm hoping you see this site as a partnership in regards to the commercial space. And as I think Mr. Lawrence mentioned, we've been working with the police department. I'm actually the owner of the Pine Grove site, which will be bringing some interesting things to the table in the next several months. So we are a big believer in partnering with the town. Mike and Meredith's team have been absolutely phenomenal. We've basically been talking about this project now for almost 3 years, and I believe we've achieved everything they've asked. We are extremely open to recommendations and suggestions. We believe that the housing market in Rolesville, I've been here for a long time, and I get a lot of people asking me, Robert, why would I go to Rolesville? The resident count and the retail stuff there is just not there. So I'm candidly very excited to invest in this site and this location. I believe I've got some interest from dentist offices and daycares, which will be close to the school, which is, as you guys know, right up the street. And we believe that this is the right plan for the site with a reasonable amount of density on 11.8 acres. And I'm hoping that the town agrees that this is a good partnership between bridging what we believe the planning department has asked for, which is retail all along the west end of the property line, which is why we've got that 30,000 square feet there. And we are open to designing that space to be very conducive for the community. So we are open to making those changes. And we also believe that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, as Mike mentioned. And I'm hoping that the board agrees and approves our project this evening. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Anybody from your group else want to speak or present anything?
I think we're good.
Okay.
Unless I missed something.
All right. Before you step back, I'll ask the board, any questions?
I have a couple, oh, go ahead, Dan. I have a couple questions. I do see in the notes that the estimated cost of these townhomes is going to be between, well, you might as well say almost $500,000, $400,000 to $475,000. And I know that's a number. No one can predict the future, right? And 1,800 to 2,200 square feet, is that accurate as the estimated size?
The square footages, the sales price changes as rates change and economy changes.
course.
But yes, correct. That's our target. That's the demand that we see in market.
Gotcha. So the first thing that comes to mind for me is affordability, of course, and walkability. And I realize their market rate. I'm not arguing that point because we, again, can't predict the future. But I am concerned about walkability and safety. And then when you mention the commercial component, I would love to see a restaurant, a nice restaurant, because that is going to be a large community over there in addition to what you're building with the point coming. That's going to be a lot. So it'd be great to have a real restaurant over there. So I don't know if that's a question, maybe a suggestion.
I have a couple comments for you, Ms.
Okay, go ahead.
So you guys may or may not realize I'm bringing Pine Grove to Rolesville. We're actually about to submit final plans. We've got a really nice restaurant going in there. We have some really interesting commitments. The building's fully leased up. The restaurant owner coming in has very strong interest in coming to this location as well. All the retail stuff I've done has strictly been dentists, daycares, restaurants, and community centers for kids. So we have a large following on the restaurant side, and I'm a foodie. I'm big and beautiful, as you can tell. So I'm excited to get a restaurant in that location as well. And the homeowners that we spoke to were interested in not having to drive 5 or 6 miles to get to good food. So we have a big following in the restaurant space, and I am really planning on listening to what the community wants. I've got a very big following on the retail side. I think I can fill it up a week after people realize the site's approved. And I'm also very, very picky on what goes in the space. So from a traffic count perspective, I know you guys look at all that stuff, but in every single one of my buildings, the density on population and traffic is always conducive to businesses that are more busy on the weekend, a portion of the building, and other businesses that are busy during the week. So we do have an alleviation on the traffic count. So all of that is in play as we speak.
For once, in my conversation, I don't have a traffic concern on this, simply because the traffic study's been done with the point and as well as the corridor study that we've done. But I do want to clarify what you mean by restaurant. It's good. Napkins.
Paper or?
I'm being real. I'm being real. I don't think we need another, I don't want to call out business, but I don't think we need another fast food joint. I think we have a lot. I'm talking about a nice sit-down restaurant.
I have a great response for you. I don't do national chains. I'm not a fan. Their lease agreements don't make any sense. They're not conducive to what I do. Every restaurant I've ever worked through has all been local restaurants, very interested in local community, who are doing well. So the restaurant I have in mind is a third-generation restaurant and one of the most profitable in Raleigh and very well known in our community. They're loved as a restaurant. So I don't have firm commitment yet, but they're waiting to see what happens this evening to make decisions. But we have 3 other restaurants that are interested in coming, and I'm not a chain guy, so I'm
So
not gonna-
none of those have drive-throughs. I'm just clarifying.
0 drive-through on the site.
Okay, just
I
check.
won't put a drive-through on there, Ms. Sutton. And I'm
No,
not- I'm not interested in a Burger King, or my wife would divorce me. I'm not allowed to build firearm locations or fast food restaurants. Those are 2 of the mandates inside the wedding agreement, so.
Just want to clarify. Thank
but
you.
You're very welcome.
That's great, because are you allowed to donate a home to a veteran or our first responders? Since you love to partnership with
He's the owner.
You know, that's a great question. I talk to Donnie almost weekly. They're actually doing some demo stuff on the Pine Grove site. I have not looked at that yet. I am very open to the conversation, but it's not something I've looked at yet on the pro forma. And my real concern, Mr. Alston, today, I will be the leader in commercial space in that corridor. That requires a massive commitment on my part, which is why we went the townhome route, so I can afford, God forbid, I build the commercial space and people don't show up. I need lead time to get the rooftops in Rolesville so people come and actually pay the bill. Because a 30,000 square foot retail building is millions and millions of dollars. So that's the other reason I built it larger, because I could have gone more residential and less retail, but I'm really trying to, I'm a retail guy by design. That's what I do. My whole career has mainly been retail. So I'm excited to design it. You also saw the design plan of the old Wine 101 building. We're big on making the retail space match the residential roof lines. That's what I'm all about. I don't want to put something and erect something in that space that's ugly to look at. I live in Rolesville. I want the community to enjoy the space, so I'm very, very committed to making sure that happens. We don't do nationals, so I've been called by them many times. I just won't work with a national.
answered all those questions. I'm just asking about the donated home to a veteran,
I-
or a teacher, or IE first responder.
So to answer your question again, I am very open to that. If I have to spend a ton of money and sit on open retail space, that makes it much more difficult. But if everything goes as planned and the community's building as fast as they are, there's an opportunity for us to do that. I really don't know the answer to that till I know what happens with retail on that site. So I guess the answer to your question is, I'm open to the request, Mr. Alston, as long as I have the ability to come down on the size of the retail space if the market doesn't sustain a 30,000 square foot building. Because again, that's a lot of money. So I am open to that as long as you'll work with me on the size of retail.
Dave, is there something we can put in writing on that?
This would be a conditioned item, and what I'm hearing is that the applicant is not in a position to commit to a condition to make a donation of a building at this time. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know what condition could be put on it that we could write that would be enforceable as an ordinance. I think the applicant is, in a very nice way, saying that financially they don't know that they can commit to giving away a free house, because it is 68 units.
Let's do this, Commissioner. Let's continue. We'll come back to that.
And I am open to the conversation if I'm allowed leeway on the size of the retail building. So I am open to that.
All right, so any other questions?
Okay,
All right.
I do.
Yep.
Okay, Commissioner Sutton had mentioned the approximate price point of the townhomes.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure where that came from, but we're pegging the sales price between 365 and 425 with recent
Okay.
market studies.
Okay,
That's kind of where we're at, but again, if rates go to 12%, it could change. It just depends on affordability factor.
Let me clarify where I got that from. I'm looking in my notes, and it says community questions, and those were, I guess, your answers.
What number did you come up with, Ms. Sutton? I'm sorry.
400,000 to 475,000. And like I said, it's a range, and it does say estimate,
Got it.
and then 1,800 to 2,200 square feet. But I guess that came from the community meeting, the questions that were asked and then answered.
It could have.
Yeah,
Again,
that's what we're looking at.
Got it. It really just depends on where market goes.
Okay.
But we want these to be affordable. I'm also, openly, I'd like to put a really nice product on the site, but I don't know where market bears based on interest rates, so we are looking at all of that.
okay, so that speaks perfectly to my question. In the paperwork, that we were given to read, it's on page 198, section 2.E. The way that I read it that these are going to be townhomes that are on slabs with something to make it look like it's 18 inches. Let me find page 198 and read it to you. Sure. Because I need some clarification on what that means. 2E, it says poured concrete foundations, monolithic slabs, concrete block foundations, or smooth face concrete masonry unit foundations shall be covered by decks, stools, and
I'm sorry.
so if you could just give me a little clarification on that
Our
one. right
intention
there.
is standard slab. That's our intention on the site.
Okay, okay,
Standard townhome build. We want to use hardy plank, high-end products.
okay.
We're looking to do a nice product. in this.
Okay, okay. And you had given us a pre and a post. Am I right on this one? Okay. A pre and a post plan that was drawn out. The first one had a connection to the Merritt property, which I know was discussed in the planning board meeting. Correct me if I'm wrong, Meredith. And in the post drawing, it's not there. So I do know that that is a concern, and it's not there anymore. Is that something that you would consider reconnecting to the property behind you?
For us, it makes no difference on the unit count. I am open to it. I've met with the new developer who has the 98 acres under contract, as well as the gun property to the.
Is one of those Merritt properties, Meredith?
I actually spoke with them 2 days ago, and they're asking me to entertain doing something different along. Can we put up the site plan? Is that possible? Yeah. I'm sorry, guys.
The post site plan, please, Michael.
So this is the
That's the pre.
pre-planning board. This is the one that finished through the TRC review, was brought to the planning board. This is the version where it moved the commercial to the north after the planning.
And John, can you remind me why we moved it back? Moved the actual retail building from Post. Wasn't there a reason that we ended up bringing it back for tonight's purpose?
There are two plans. There's one that shows the
Okay,
option
got
the
it.
planning board asked for.
So along the western part of the property, the developer who now has the 98 acres under contract has asked us to entertain working with them on the lower part of the property and not connecting where you're asking.
You're talking about this property behind us back here,
May I-
where the
may-
words are, the post-planning right there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess it's the,
The Merritt property.
actually, it's the gun. May I walk over to the screen?
Sure, as far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Along here is where he has requested we work together on making this a 50-foot instead of a 30-foot. He's got the gun property in the contract and the 98 acres. This happened 2 days ago. So they actually came into my office. I'm very open to the conversation to work with them.
Okay,
And so, yeah, either or works for us.
okay. Hold on, let me see where I am now. Okay. It was noted in our readings that the staff does not support the direct connection to the parking lot, of the parking lot to a platted street slab, excuse me. So I guess that's something that will have to be readdressed as well, because the staff does not support the direct connection of the parking lot to a platted street slab.
Correct. The post-planning board version. staff
Corrected
had
that.
concerns about. One of them is dying a public
Yes.
50-foot right-of-way street into a parking lot.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is a concern.
And that's why staff does not recommend this version. We recommend the one that went and vetted by TRC, which is more in line with the one that I believe I'm hearing the applicant wishes to really
And I'm
have you
fine with that
propose.
plan. That's what the board recommended, so this is where we've landed.
Okay, so we're going back to the pre-planning.
That's based on the planning board's recommendation.
No, the planning board's recommendation was to move the commercial to the north end and create a plaza-esque space. That's what this is showing.
I just thought it was also because they were saying you were driving through the whole neighborhood just to get to the commercial part. No? Yeah, that was
Be
it.
that
right
way
there?
either way for somebody.
I think that was the main concern, well, one of the concerns.
We're comfortable with both. My understanding is that the board and Rolesville is looking for retail on the west end side of the property. So it makes sense in my mind to have retail where more retail is going to go, but I'm open to either suggestion.
You're saying on the bottom?
Correct. My understanding is all along, and Mike, while you're up, maybe you can talk to this, is that part of the property line where the gun property is where you guys are going to be looking for more commercial space on the road, is my understanding. So I just figured that just makes more sense because there'll be more retail there, but I'm open to both locations.
There's no land development applications for the property to the south at this moment. It is the same land use category as the subject property, so that mixed use.
Oh, so that's an assumption that you just made.
Which hasn't come to us yet.
Exactly.
Right, there's been no applications for development on this property to the south, correct?
Again, I'm open to both.
I like where the planning board landed it on the top. They had a full discussion about that.
Okay.
How does that fit with, I think, the overall plan for Fowler Road and everything else, the commercial zoning node there?
Well, Fowler is far south of here, beyond the Guns property, which is another kind of 12-ish acre tract, just like this one, almost mirrors it. That's about where the alignment of Fowler would go, and Fowler is going to be a significant roadway. If developers on the property to south here were to propose a larger road, and again, one of the topics, Ms. Sneed, as you mentioned, was connecting to the 98-acre Merritt tract
Yeah.
to the west. Well, a bigger road to the south, right off this property, could be that intro road to all of this.
Could be.
Could be, but no one's brought that forth yet. The first version of this map amendment had this street
Yes,
going all the way through.
yes.
Staff's concern with that was that it was a 50-foot right-of-way local street. It's as small of a street as exists. And ending up into a 98-acre tract that, staff believes has a high potential for higher development.
Yes.
And so if that were to be the only way out to Rolesville Road, 98 acres emptying
Yeah.
through this townhome neighborhood on a 50-foot, that's 22 feet of path of asphalt to get to this intersection did not seem like the
Right.
best planning exercise to go through. So that's why, and the applicant changed the plan, and they moved all of their connectivity, so to speak, to the south here for a future connection, which would be, could be somewhere like this. So if we go look back at the original, so right, they have their parking lots stubbing to someone else's future property, maybe to a larger public street, running like this, and also then this public street, which could stub into. So it's a lot of to be determined development on the south, but this.
But no connection to Merritt
No,
from
no
their
direct,
property
no.
whatsoever.
No, with this plan, no. This is a self-sufficient plan. It has to connect to this stub to the point to the north. That's a plating subdivision requirement, but other than that, it is self-sufficient with this 2 entrances out to
Right.
Rolesville Road. This would be a full intersection. You could turn left and go north. This would be a right in, right out. And that's how
Right.
the traffic study analyzed this.
Right.
And only came up with the minimal requirements at both of these entry drives for this development.
Right.
So it's standalone, it's self-sufficient there. It does not need connectivity to something to the south, but it is preparing itself for that with all of these stub points.
And as I mentioned, it was the developer that I got with last, it was Tuesday of this week, who's asking for us to consider a larger road along the south end. It's actually them that's looking to do retail, I'm sorry, but they are asking for us to consider expanding the size of the road along the west end of the property.
It's the south end.
The south end, sorry. Jay is one of the
But then that,
lead
okay,
developers.
I don't want to beat this to death, but that's great. But your project is the one before us now, and my concern is still Merritt. There's no guarantee that this one down here on the bottom is going to connect back there to Merritt. But just, so if there's a problem, how is Merritt going to get out to the main road to get out to whatever, you know? Fire, EMS, what have you, is a concern that I have, that we need another connection to Merritt through yours because you are on the main road. That's my
Understand?
takeaway for tonight.
Again, I've had a couple conversations with the developer, and I've been told on more than one occasion, they're looking at the other side of our property, and the south end, I believe, is right. So,
Okay.
but I'm open to,
Okay,
I'm open to the conversation.
very good.
So it seems to be a lot of reference to the future or another developer and so on and so forth. So maybe there's a opportunity to have a continuation here, because there seems to be a lot of questions even on what the planning board recommended. And it sounds like you're open to a lot of things, but I think the board needs some clarity and some finalization on some things and not just projection and conversations, because it's hard to make a decision if we say, yeah, I could do that, yeah, I can do that. It gets very foggy up here, at least for me.
I respect that, Ms. Sutton. I've been working on this project for 3 years now, and that could take another 3 years. So I understand where you're coming from. I'm open to making changes.
I wouldn't recommend 3 years, but what I'm saying is, it sounds like there's some additional information that has come before you in the last couple of days that could be helpful to add to this. So maybe it's the next possible meeting to have this discussion, and there could be some clarity brought for the board to make some informed decisions, because it's kind of hard to do that when it's, sure, I'm open to that.
In fact, I think at this point, we do a continuation, we got to give them a date, don't we?
The only thing I would ask is this property, the Merritt property, has gone under contract 5 times over numerous years. This, again, could take them 3, 4, 5 years to figure out what they're doing there. So continuing this again tonight, I just think kind of kicks the can down the road, and we have a very viable site. I've done everything the board has asked. I'm very flexible on that road that you've asked. Happy to open it up and connect to the Merritt property if you would like. I would just request that we do not continue tonight and make an approval based on conditions, so I don't have to wait longer to commit to the commercial space that you guys have been asking. Again, I've been doing this 3 years. The TIA alone took us 9 months that we had to sit and wait for. And again, I don't have a lot of confidence in people developing the Merritt track. There's been 5 different groups trying to get it done. That could take 5, 6 more years. So I would just request, whatever the board is looking for on this site, we're very malleable. I'm open to it. I'm open to putting the road down the middle of the site if that's what you like as a condition. But I would respectfully request that we consider approval tonight with conditions.
And this just reminds me, as I look back, that tonight is about the rezoning and the voluntary annexation.
That's all we're talking about tonight, right? After we got into all that other stuff.
Correct. So a number of items on the table. Let me answer the mayor's question, and that is a continuance of the public hearing would be to a date and time certain of the board at a meeting that makes sense. That's particularly important if the public hearing is left open so that there can be more discussion. So that could be at any future meeting. Beyond that, and I'll let staff correct me if I'm wrong on this, the Merritt site has its own private access via a drive to the south of this site. Like the rest of Rolesville, much of the land in Rolesville is not yet developed. And what we typically do in our zoning cases is adopt the best zoning practice or the best planning practice so that whatever decision we're making now fits our plans for the future. With our conditional zoning that we adopted when we abandoned the QJ process, we're now sometimes forcing an applicant on a rezoning to design a subdivision at the same time. In cases like this, I think we're seeing that that's not necessarily appropriate.
Okay.
So the condition might be a stub shall be made to all of the adjacent properties. There's already one to the north, there's one to the south, and there's a request to make one to the west. But not try to put it on the ground right now. Leave that to a future subdivision approval process that is handled with staff. So that the board isn't stuck trying to guess how wide, where, it doesn't matter. And the final bit is, we have talked in the past, if we are going to adopt new conditions at a meeting, we give the staff an opportunity to write those conditions.
Exactly.
Rather than trying to do it on the fly at the meeting. The applicants do not like that because it pushes them back one more month in the cycle. But it's a whole lot better than a vote to deny, and it's a whole lot better than being left in the wind for another 3 years. So it would be a 1 month, but both the applicant and the town would know exactly what the language is and what the requirements are.
And realistically, isn't it 2 months because there's no voting in December?
It's entirely up to the board. The board can vote whenever it likes.
Thank you for clarifying that. All right, so let's wrap up where we at. I think he.
Because it's still the issue of the townhomes that are not really considered walkable. So you want to decide on that as well.
Okay. So we got a clarification on site plan versus what we're seeing here.
And I'm open to the middle of the property, so I'm malleable. I just don't want more contingencies. We've been working on this for 3 years, and I'd really like to figure out what we're doing on the site, if that makes sense.
So thank you. So I'm thinking if there is no new, if there is no new items to talk about, then we need to circle back around to Commissioner Austin's, it sounded like a condition he was looking for there with a unit dedication. Before I do that, and I guess it would be Meredith. Thank you. I may call you back.
Thank you for everybody's time this evening. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think before I do that, I want either Meredith or Michael to come up here. I think I saw on an earlier map all the connectivity with the greenway systems, and this kind of fits in with sidewalks to other areas, and it looks like it's some type of connection there with greenway that goes across there to go somewhere. So let's make sure we get Commissioner Medley's question about walkability to this place.
Sure, so this slide here is from the Greenway plan. Greenways are the green dots, and side paths are the yellowy ones. So there's a planned side path on the west side of Rolesville Road going across here, and in all versions of their concept plan, they're showing a 10-foot side path along there. So that would be in lieu of a sidewalk, so a 10-foot side path. And that is planned to go, as you can see, all the way to the bypass and all the way down to Mitchell Mill Road on this western side of Rolesville Road. Other than that, there's no other greenway plan through here. The applicant has, and I'm going to flip back to their drawing. So again, I'll run the cursor down. This is that side path that they're showing clear intention and spacing, et cetera, to do. And then this would be a private, at this point, private greenway coming through the neighborhood here and then stubbing to that Merritt tract. Again, this could end up being public, but I think right now it's called out as private. So that is other means of pedestrian connectivity from that other larger neighborhood. Well, sorry, future development that we do not know what it is. So that is the extent. And then, of course, all the streets would have to have sidewalk on both sides. So that is the pedestrian extent. It will connect to sidewalks in the point right here. So you will be able to walk from this subdivision into that subdivision up to it. And the point does have a commercial component over near Rolesville Road, or it's Young Street, before the bypass. So there will be commercial up there eventually that you could theoretically walk between the two communities.
That clarified, Commissioner?
I guess it's just up to the bypass and then it's cut through.
Right, all of that was south of the bypass, and we mentioned the bypass.
Yeah. So sounds like, to clear up, the question was asked, you got a sidewalk, a bike, a multi-purpose path that
Yeah,
goes
like a
north
multi-purpose path.
into walkable, and you got a sidewalk that goes towards town that's walkable.
Sidewalks in the internal streets, a side path, which is like a 10-foot
And I
wide green.
believe the greenway goes under the bypass, which makes it walkable.
Yes.
Is that right? So this whole thing is kind of connected in that.
Yes, I'm sorry, this picture clips. I think
Yeah.
it's this greenway path that hits a tunnel and crosses under.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. And that will go through the Point North subdivision, that 96 lot subdivision
Thank you for
behind Cedar
clarifying
Lakes.
that. All right, I'm getting out. I'm gonna turn it over to you, Dan. You got a condition you want to talk about, I think.
Yes, he said you're willing to have a conversation about it. So most of this mic is not working. But most
Here.
of the developers that definitely come in town are either partnering with the town with a turnkey home or monies toward those organizations. So are you willing to do the same thing?
Where did Robert go? Oh, I see him
Yeah,
right there.
he said yes.
I need to come back up.
You said
I
yes.
am absolutely committed to that. I love the idea. All I would ask is there is some flexibility on the square footage of the commercial space in the event market turns, but absolutely committed to the request.
How do you make it, how do you just square footage? How would you do that?
That's a conversation for a later date, Ms. Medley, but to answer your question off the cuff, if market turns and we're at 12% interest rates and people aren't buying in that location, maybe I build an 11,000 square foot building instead, 20,000 square foot building instead of 30. And that
I'm
cost,
talking about the townhouse.
no,
Oh,
I'm committed to the townhouse. I'm just asking for leeway on square footage of the commercial space. So yes, 100%.
So with that, and back to Dave's point about making changes, anyway, this could be continued to the work session. I just feel like we're just kind of going back and forth having conversation, which is great.
Testing.
But we are getting late in the hour. It's 9 o'clock. We've got some other people that have to present. So if we have some things that we're proposing, why can't they be written up and we come back a work session and have you come back?
I thought
I don't
Mr.
see that
Alston was
that's
gonna
2 weeks.
motion an approval with conditions. I thought that's where we were.
But we're trying to
Yeah, I
write
think-
conditions on
yeah.
the fly, which
I
our
think-
attorney
I think
just
the
advised
attorney
against.
doesn't- yeah.
Certainly, the board could open this up to the public, so you have your full public hearing, nail down the principles and give guidance to the staff regarding conditions that are agreeable by the applicant and the town.
Yes.
And then it could be continued, I'm sorry, it wouldn't be continued, it'd be postponed for a vote, consideration and a vote at your work session a week from Thursday.
Yeah, it's not that far away.
Okay.
That certainly would be fine.
Don't you feel like that's a
Miss-
reasonable compromise?
I'm
We're not putting
sure-
you off for 3 years or even 2
I'm not
months.
sure where we landed, but what I was hoping we could do, Mr. Neal, is look at an approval with us figuring out the condition for the request.
So the condition is an ordinance that needs to be written by the staff and the town attorney and approved by you and then voted on. So we can't vote on it and then figure out what it says.
Yeah.
It's
I
not.
think-
So we don't draft at the meeting,
Got it.
Yeah.
unless it's something easy like stub it out somewhere.
Is there a way to get a conditional approval tonight where we still go back to the board and figure out what they're looking for?
I'm not aware of any, but I think what has been discussed here, and we haven't gone to public hearing yet, would be to move this, to postpone the vote to a week from Thursday, 10 days from today.
Okay.
No,
We're all-
Tuesday.
Week from, yeah.
Be 21st.
So,
No.
no, it's,
It's the
that's
16th.
Thanksgiving or something,
That's
right?
right. That's Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we're not gonna be here.
I'll bring the turkey, if that helps.
So it'd be a week from tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
A week from tomorrow, 8 days from today.
14th.
And so the board is, so I think we're all wondering what the concern is with 8 days to get it right.
I guess I'm just trying to understand, I've been doing this with you guys for a long time, so I'm just trying to understand process,
Yep.
Mr. Neal, that's all I'm trying to. So is this, we're in approval mode,
Yeah.
less figuring out these conditions we're talking about? Is that?
Yeah.
I mean, are we just,
Depends how optimistic you are,
Yeah.
but the idea would be work out a concept today,
got it.
no vote, postpone the consideration and the vote to a future meeting, and I know the work session has been mentioned as a possible time. That allows time for your team and the staff to draft the language for the ordinance
Got it.
that applies to your land,
And that'll be in 10 days?
whatever the board decides.
Okay.
So let's,
That's not unreasonable.
yeah, okay. Let's do this. Dan, you okay?
Yes, yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Everybody else?
Yeah.
Everybody else is okay? I know. Everybody else is okay? All right, let's real
Have
quick.
a public hearing.
Yeah, that's what it's getting ready to do. So let's, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
You don't go.
I appreciate it again.
So, Robin, has anybody signed up for the public hearing? Because I'm going to ask anybody that's in the public want to speak in favor of this, or anybody who wants to speak in, to deny. I'll take them both at the same time. No one signed up, but I will offer anyone that wants to speak to come up, state your name, address for the record. All right. All right. All right, not hearing any. I think what I'm hearing, make sure I'm clear on this board, I think what I'm hearing is Dan is asking for a continuation until the meeting of, what date is that date? What's date is it?
So your work session this month is November 16th,
Right. November
week
16th.
from tomorrow night,
Okay, so it's on a Wednesday again.
Thursday.
Thursday. Okay, yeah. All right, so the 16th. And Dan is looking for a condition on the 16th that you agree to, because you got to agree to it and, the staff agrees to. Was it any other conditions that we were looking
I
to?
never got clarity on the commercial placement. There was a lot of conversation back and forth, so I wasn't clear on that.
There was conversation about
Posted and back to
the location of the commercial. There was discussion about perhaps adjusting the minimum commitment to commercial to something less than 30,000 in exchange for that potential donation. And there was discussion about stub to the west.
Yes.
The question for the board is whether all those things need to be defined specifically to the board's satisfaction, or whether more general conditions might be appropriate. Stub it out to the west at a location to be determined, build out the commercial, but in no event less than 20,000 feet rather than 30. You could imagine a fair amount of flexibility. We don't always need to be using a picture, I suppose, is what I'm saying.
Understood.
25 sounds good.
So how many conditions are you talking about?
5,000, less than 5,000.
3? I see.
I think I've heard three different items, and if the board has guidance now for the applicant and the staff to help us so that we come forward with something that is productive at your work session, that would be great.
20 was an example.
Thought I heard
20,000,
4.
but Did you all?
I heard 4. The townhouse donation, the agreement about the commercial. I thought I heard 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, the location of the
About
commercial.
and the location.
It may be that the board perhaps doesn't have a particular preference. The applicant needs to place commercial on the site, but where could be the applicant's decision based upon market?
And I think the
Same with the
staff
stub.
has a.
The same with the stuff.
The staff has opinion of how the road should connect and stuff. So it's gonna have to be redesigned, I think, to meet the technical view of that. If you go to that north site, is kind of what I heard him say.
So is there a minimum on the square footage for the commercial? Do we have to establish that or no?
It currently is 30.
30,000.
But the applicant has asked for relief on that if they were to make some sort of a financial contribution with regard to a home donation.
Or
What is
veterans.
the minimum then?
You will. I'll call you up.
Is there a minimum?
Yeah, how big is the townhome lot? It's tiny, so that, I wouldn't think that would interfere with too much commercial, but I'm not an engineer, so I would say that needs to be figured out. Because that sounded like the consideration, or the concern, I should say.
I'm not sure that I'm in a position to help on that. Maybe the staff could.
talking about.
The last application you saw was a 10,000 square foot daycare center for a much larger project.
Okay.
And wait, this commercial building is going to house more than one commercial business, correct?
That's what I heard.
I confirm that.
Yeah, do you want to ask the question? I'll call them back. Okay, so I think the commissioner's asking you a question
So
then.
30,000 square feet would house several retail locations. I'm open to either location, and I'm thinking 20,000 square feet, if makes it easier for the board to consider donating a full unit. I think that's reasonable, and I'm comfortable with the location.
How do we go from 30 to 20? I'm thinking of size of, I'm not an engineer, but I can do subtraction and addition.
It's a revenue concern for me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it's more
Okay.
revenue than.
Okay.
And again, I put my best foot forward on 30, that's millions and millions of dollars in a marketplace that doesn't
Yeah.
have retail. So I'm really trying to work with the staff to get what you guys deserve and what I think the community deserves. So I am open to all of that. I would just request you be reasonable, that's all. And we still may need 30,000 square feet. Again, market doesn't really tell us where we're headed with all the economic direction and interest rates, but yes.
Of course.
That's where my head is. Open to the location, open to the donation. I would ask for 20,000 instead of 30. That still may go back to 30. I'm just trying to give direction to the board, so it makes it easier for you guys to post conditions on the site.
I'd just like to know the retail math on 20 versus 25, if you have that number right now.
So when we talk about cost to construct and build and revenue, if we're at 275 to 475 on volume, I'm just looking at the delta discount and trying to give you some direction.
You said 275?
275 to, it just depends on what happens to market. So I'm just trying to give you direction, but I'm
Oh,
open.
okay. I was
I'm
still on
I'm
the
open
4 to
suggestions.
475, so I don't know where you went for 275.
Again, end units and middle units are going to change on volume and cost and sales price. Just depends, again, on where interest rates are. So that, it's a premature conversation, but to your comment, I would request 20,000 square feet, but I'm open to suggestions. Again, Ms. Sutton, I'm very flexible. I'm committed to the site. We're committed to spend the money. We're committed to bring retail to Rolesville in a marketplace that needs it. I also think it's going to open up a lot more retail conversation in that corridor, and I believe we all think it's a good spot for it. So, but I'm open to your suggestions.
Wait, 275, are you saying that you could sell something for 275?
Let's not get caught up on the volume. I'm just trying to give you guys direction. I don't know where rates and volume are going to be.
No, I
but
know you don't, but was that what that was meant when you said that?
There
I'm
could,
not holding you to the number, I'm just asking.
again, I'm throwing ranges out there depending on what happens with market down the road. So I don't know what the value is in regards to the conversation.
Wait, it's okay, I wasn't holding you to it, but I wanted to know if that's what you were referring to. when you
Yes,
said that.
I was.
So my number would be 25. I mean, if we're sitting here trying to write it out, 25,000 square feet of commercial, my interest is commercial. I don't think is unreasonable either.
I don't either.
Okay, sounds like we agree. Great,
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
thank you.
All right,
Other questions?
maybe. Let's,
I'm not going anywhere.
let's say, is it 4 conditions you got, or is it 3?
I have 4.
You got 4?
I have 4 based upon my consult with
All right, sounds
Commissioner
good.
Sutton.
And all board members agree with that, the 4?
Can
So,
you repeat them one more time?
sure. That, you want to sum it up since you got to put them together? Looks like you may be putting them together right now.
I'm putting them together as we think about this. So we have a commitment, a condition, a modification to the existing condition, which is currently at 30,000 square feet, to be reduced to 25,000 square feet. A donation of a townhome unit, I assume, with language that aligns with some of the language we've seen in some prior cases recently about the nature of that donation. There would be a required stub to the tracks to the north, south, and west. And the final question is that location of the commercial. That may not need to be a condition because we have already made it a condition that there is commercial. And if the board isn't quite sure that it cares where it is, we can leave that to the market. So then you would have 3.
That lets the merit property planning go with this development.
So we got 3.
That allows some time for the merit property planning to go with this developer to make that help to decide.
3 conditions.
Those are the ones I have. Thanks.
All right, so, so with that, if the board is happy with what they heard, we had no public comment. I'm gonna leave the public hearing open though, if that's okay with the attorney. I'm gonna leave the public hearing open in case we get something that it warrants some kind of public input. I'll leave it open. And I need a motion to continue this until, I think the date I'm hearing is November the 16th. And for the attorney to work with the applicant in drafting up the 4 conditions that the board was asking for.
Move to continue MA 22-05 to work session November 16th meeting.
And can we also have a motion for the annexation as well?
That would be continued to Dan, so both of those.
And move to, which one is that? Oh, move to postpone annexation 23-02 to work session November 16th.
Second.
Okay, we got a
Second.
motion and a second. So any other discussion from the board?
May I just add one last caveat
Sure.
to that? Can we have it at 7 o'clock? Your session will start at 6:30. We'll do some work before. You can go into business session at 7 then and open up the public hearing so the public would know when this would happen. So if that's okay, it would be 7 o'clock on the
Yeah,
16th.
I think, so we would start this one item business meeting sort of thing at 7 o'clock. Yeah, continuation of the, everybody is okay with that?
I'm confused, don't
Instead
we?
of, we usually don't start at 6, we'll have a little bit of work session, I think. you said
First,
before.
I got you. I follow.
So
Thank you.
Public kind of knows they come at 7 for. kind
Gotcha.
of a-
You got something back.
There's a time
Time
conflict.
constraint.
We're gonna just come back, we're just going to do it. We're gonna do it after that. We're gonna do your part after that. Or start and come back.
Or
We
either,
have something
we
we
can
were-
just start it whenever he finishes, maybe after 7.
If the board's motion is to 6 or 7, you just can't start before that time.
Right,
You can start any time after that, however you want to run your agenda that night.
okay.
Gotcha.
We'll say we won't start this item to at least 6 or after. I think.
It was
Okay.
second.
Not 6, but 7 after, 7 after.
Second.
Oh, you.
All right, I think we cleared that up. Any other things? So we got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Not hearing any, unanimous. All right, board, I do have the privilege to make changes if I so fit. One thing, we're going to take a 10-minute break, be back at 9:30, and I'm going to move to presentation and consideration adoption of resolution accepting the George Taylor Lynching Memorial sign at Main Street Park to the first item when we get back, so people don't have to wait that much longer. So with that, we in adjournment to 9:30 by that clock there, so thank you.
Apologies.
All right, just right on time. Perfect timing. Okay, I call back to order, Rolesville Town Board meeting. It's always good to get to the back page, so we're on the back page of the agenda now. So our first item that we moved up from the bottom is the presentation, George Taylor, and just who's going to kick this off? Who is the?
I will be kicking it off, sir.
You will be kicking it off.
sir.
Okay. Well, good. I'm going to turn it over to you then.
All right. Good evening, mayors and commissioners. I want to come before you today with Mr. Derek Verstegen. Hope I got it right. Okay, but it's first time. Okay, on behalf of the Wake County Community Remembrance Coalition, present a presentation to the Recreation Parks, Rolesville Parks Recreation Advisory Board about the lynching of George Taylor. Wake County Community Remembrance Coalition would like to post a sign in remembrance of the lynching of George Taylor at Main Street Park. They stated that this is the only documented lynching in Wake County. Wake County Community Remembrance Coalition will pay for the sign. They would like the town to install and maintain the sign. Rolesville Parks Recreation Advisory Board voted on 10/25/23 to endorse the recommendation from the Wake County Community Remembrance Coalition of placing the sign at Main Street Park and the installation and maintenance of the sign. We ask that the town accept the memorial sign donation and place the George Taylor memorial sign at Main Street Park with the potential of moving it later. So that's my recommendation to the board from the advisory board. If y'all have any questions, I also have, Derek, Mr. Verstegen is here today with some more people about it and want to come up and discuss some of the things that you have with you, sir.
Jesus.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Well, I think Derek Verstegen, 414 Virginia Water Drive. God, I should know better, right? Yeah, so this is a project I think everybody knows about at this point. As Mr. Green mentioned, we've got other members of the coalition here, a couple that had to drop out earlier due to some family members. But this has been in the works since 2017, and a lot of the work that they've done is also from a lot of middle school children, high school children. Some of them are already in college by now, so it's a lot of work. I'm happy to be a part of it, and obviously I could answer a lot of the questions if there are any. But like I said, I think everybody's familiar with this project, and we're really looking forward to this one step of several more to come on this topic, on this mission. So I'm happy to field any questions that you might have.
No questions, but definitely thank you for all your hard work of what you have done. And thank you for being here. I believe it was last December that we actually went down there. And it was a remarkable time. So thank you for that experience, and thank you for educating us.
And for the sake of people watching or later watching, what Commissioner Alston's referring to is what are called pilgrimages down to the Equal Justice Initiative's Museum on Lynching in Mississippi.
Yes, sir.
Those pilgrimages are usually about 6 months apart, give or take some time. They're open to anyone here in this room, in the public, at any time. So at any point anybody wants to go, once, twice, 3 times, you're more than welcome to do so, and we certainly encourage that level of participation for this cause. So there's one coming up December 1st, so if there's anybody who's ready to go, we're ready to have you.
And I would like to say I'm a Mississippi native, born in Mississippi, born and raised, but it's Alabama. So it's in Montgomery, Alabama.
Oh,
just
my
to
fault.
correct you.
My fault.
It's
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you.
But thanks for the shout out to
I don't know
Mississippi.
why do I say Mississippi?
That's okay. We all mess up once in a while.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
So, are you doing the presentation?
I hadn't really planned on it just because of time, and I mean, I can go through this, but it's entirely up to you
I guess
guys.
it's the board. Do you want to see the presentation?
I mean,
I've seen it a few times.
I've seen it too.
Okay.
I'm on the committee.
All right. I think you mentioned, but I do want to highlight, the work that everyone's done, especially the recent approval and
The library?
acceptance by the Wake County Public Library Commission.
Right.
The board that runs the commission, and what the future will be in that. That would be a good little kind of update.
Yeah, so that was a couple months ago that the same coalition that's presenting this to you tonight presented to the Wake County Library Commission, because there's already a library approved for Rolesville to be in the town, the town center. Thank you, the town center. And we presented the story and everything that we're working on, and they have agreed to dedicate a room in the library for the general topic of equal rights, segregation, social injustice, and all those types of things, dedicated to studying and documenting things in that room. And as well as including the location for the Steel Memorial Monument. That is also something that comes along with this project as well. The thing that we're doing tonight with the information marker is one step toward that goal, so there's still more things to do to get to that point. But to have the Wake County Library Commission unanimously vote 6-0 on the spot that evening was quite an accomplishment. Especially from a higher level government. So it was really nice to have that a little bit ahead of you guys just because of the timing of everything else that we're working on. But it was nice to get there and on that from that group of people. So I was looking forward to seeing that as well.
Definitely.
Right. Thank you, Derek. And does anybody else want to contribute anything, Shannon or anybody? I think one of the other things that I will contribute is, we have the committee that's doing the marker, location of marker and actual installation. And really the last meeting we had, we kind of all settled on that we're going to try to do the unveiling of the marker around Juneteenth as a big celebration around that period of time, which some of them on the committee really was excited about the thought of that, but we got to do some things to have it ready, the site picked out and all that kind of stuff. So, this is almost the first step in us, getting on board with it. So,
Excuse
more
me,
to
Mayor,
come.
and just to piggyback what you're talking about, something about the revealing. They had also stated that to have like a high school essay contest, scholarships, digital archives, a website, establish permission to install a marking location, and also plan some kind of an unveiling event as well. So that's one thing that Derek had discussed already about doing stuff like that as well.
Right. Yeah, it should be a good, a good event, and it's nothing that we're doing ourselves. It's happening all over the country, similar unveilings and things like that, similar locations. So, kind of excited about that. So, was there any action you need from us other than you just making us aware? Or what was any?
The action is, I need for the board to approve us to place the marker at Main Street Park, as well as maintain it, install and maintain the marker once it's in place.
Okay, so so how does that agree with the recreation, the Parks and Rec committee? Is that?
So it pretty much went word for word with that. The only thing I think they had added was that to give us the option to move it at some point. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
the
only
option
other-
to
yeah.
move it if see fit.
Yeah, as
later
the
on.
town sees fit, like to move it. Yep.
From Main Street Park to somewhere else.
Right. Yeah.
So you good?
Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah. Yep.
Good?
Yep. Yeah, it's like a concrete. You have like a concrete foundation and yeah.
Mayor Kern?
Yes, so to answer the question, it's a single post, and we have all the instructions, all the installation instructions, but it's suggested concrete post, and I think it's like 30 inches of, 30-inch circle, 2 or 18 inches deep is what it's suggested to be done.
Mayor,
And the sign also already comes pre-treated with the graffiti prevention coating, so that'll come with it already treated that way. And as he said, the EGI furnishes the marker, and then it gets delivered to the town, and then we install it. So yeah, basically, it's the request here is for the board to make a motion to accept the receipt of the sign, the installation of the sign, and the maintenance of the sign.
Yeah.
What's that? We don't know, because we have to make sure that you guys want it. So once we can communicate to EJI that the board has signed off and is accepted this, then we can get with them. Right now, we think we're staged in this fall delivery, but I don't know if that might not come until January, but it'll be soon enough and in plenty of time for whatever Juneteenth celebration is going to be planned.
Okay. I have a question, sir. Before that motion is read, in our packet on page 319, it's a George Taylor Lynch Memorial Sign Donation Acceptance. Could you read that, and then we make the motion?
Anything else? Anything else from
Not unless you.
Ms. Green or?
I'm good.
No, okay, I'm ready for a motion then. Commissioner Austin, if you want to make one.
Move to approve the acceptance of the George Taylor Lynch Memorial sign and to be placed in the Main Street Park to be moved to a permanent area later on.
Okay, got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I think it's unanimous, Madam Clerk, so thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for coming out.
Thank you.
Y'all get to see some business taking place out here, so thank
Stay
y'all.
for the pajama party. It's still going. As Michelle calls it.
So drive back safe. I know some of you guys on the other side of the county, so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for your hard work.
Sure enough.
I have a quick question for you. Will the students that have participated in this, will they be coming back to the underground?
Oh, yeah.
And some of them are
Some will
already-
be coming back from their colleges, and some that are currently with us will definitely be there. Oh, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say one?
Come up.
I just want to say one thing. I decided. I wasn't prepared to say anything, but I do think it's important to honor all of you, that this is work that started in 2017 and it stalled. And it was the leadership that started with you, Mayor Kern,
Thank you.
inviting your commissioners to come with us, and then the energy that came from you, Commissioner Alston, Commissioner Sutton, Commissioner Sneed, your energy, and then again in the spring, Commissioner Medley, thank you for your energy. I think you've inspired county commissioners to go in the spring, you inspired other citizens to join, and their thought has really challenged some of us who've done this work for 4 or 5 years, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you,
everybody,
ma'am.
for coming. Appreciate that.
Y'all have a good night. Be safe. Thank you.
Okay, next item, we will report to the town board from the town clerk regarding consideration of January the 2nd town board meeting schedule. Is that something you want? Yeah, it was on the agenda. Is there something you want to?
We missed the Appearance Commission update.
Oh, the Appearance Commission.
Oh, Meredith is next, on the other page. the
Okay.
other side.
The Appearance Commission, number 3.
You got the floor.
Cool. Well, Commissioner Medley did a great job of discussing this during the planning board update at the beginning of the meeting. Ms. Medley noted that we discussed the Appearance Commission at the last planning board meeting, and the planning board members were in support of creating an Appearance Commission. They said they were not interested in doing Appearance Commission duties. They thought it would be helpful to have a separate group do those duties, whatever we decide they are, to invite other resident input into the community. So the planning board didn't provide any clarity on what those duties should be, just that the board should be separate from them. So the planning board suggested having a joint work session with you all. I wanted to outline two different options, next steps for an appearance commission. First, you could schedule a joint work session with the planning board, and you could discuss upcoming land development ordinance or text amendments, including adding an appearance commission, because that would go in section 2 of our LDO. Or you could go ahead and tell staff to initiate the text amendment process for LDO section 2.1 to establish an appearance commission. And as part of that legislative process, taking that ordinance text to the planning board for their recommendation before coming to you for a legislative hearing. Their input would be gathered in that fashion.
One of the things, because I heard Commissioner Sutton say, oh, they don't want to be like the HOA that goes around and says this plant is dying or replace these shrubs. They don't want the task of doing that. So
Right.
that's why they wanted more clarity on the expectation of the appearance committee, what they would be responsible for doing. So maybe it might be picking certain trees or shrubs to go with the plan versus saying whether or not it's too tall, too short, too dry, too whatever.
And I understand that, and I think a few meetings ago, I mentioned I did not think it was a good idea to incorporate it into the planning board. And most communities that have an appearance commission, it's separate from that. And I know there's some concern about holdup, but if you're clear about, I think I mentioned before, a checklist, what are you looking for, what are you checking for, and then you bring that up and be done with it. So that I completely support it being separate, because I said the planning board has too many things to look at already. So I agree with that.
And one thing staff recommends an appearance commission could do would be to tackle signage. Our sign ordinance needs an update, and it's a tough job to plow through that, define it, and analyze it, and bring it forward.
Right. I would agree.
That could be a big project for 6 months or a
Sure.
year.
Certainly.
So do you have a recommendation of where it would roll up under? If it's not under Meredith, where would it?
It would roll up to Meredith
It
because
would.
she's in planning, but it would not roll through the planning board necessarily where they're doing the work.
Right.
The planning board would do the work and they say, hey, she gives them the task that they're working on signage, for instance. Then they will report back, this is where we are, this is what we recommend, and then it comes through the process.
I think maybe Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec would probably, possibly handle some of the detailed
Yeah, I was thinking that.
items of trees and shrubs and what have you.
It's more than trees and shrubs.
I know it is, but I just can't think of it at the moment.
Right,
But I'm
trees,
just generally
shrubs,
saying.
signage, your wayfinding signage, there's a lot of things to beautification of your town. When we're talking about some of these things and developers are coming in, those are the times to make recommendations beyond specs, just specs. If you get specs, you're gonna get the basic kind of cookie cutter community. The arts, different things that you can coordinate with Parks and Rec to say, I drove by a place today and I was like, why don't we put a Rolesville logo on that building? You know, why not? So there's things that we can do, but somebody looking at those things. Anyway, you were going to say something.
And that's what they
Ann, sorry.
don't want to do. So that's where you would have to find who does what.
Yeah, I don't think I was, okay, I just want to
No,
clarify.
you're very
I'm not
clear.
recommending the planning board do it. I
No.
never recommended that.
Correct,
ever.
you're not.
Okay,
I'm
I just want to make
saying.
sure that
Oh, yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
misconstrued. Okay. Dan, you were going to say something.
You want to say something, Dan?
Oh, no, I was going to say that the
Yeah,
Parks and Rec
so-
could
So
assist
just
with
for
that.
clarity, it sounds like it's just to be, right now you have the planning board and you have the board of adjustments under your umbrella,
Planning board, board of adjustment, yes.
and that's just those two. So then we would put this planning commission under
Or
your.
the appearance commission.
Is that, I think that's what I'm hearing the commissioners talking about. So
I
you
think it
have.
has to be under somebody's wheelhouse. You don't
Yeah,
want
it
them just
does.
hanging
That's why-
out there on
That's what I
their
was
own.
asking, you know, who.
Right, that's what I said, it would report up, I would
Yeah.
think, to Meredith.
It would be in the planning department.
Right.
It would not be on the planning board.
Right.
Right.
Gotcha. Is that clear?
Yes, it is. And what are your thoughts on either scheduling a joint work session with the planning board or going ahead with the text amendment to establish the appearance commission. And as we go through that, we
Yeah,
can.
my only thoughts when you brought that up, would it not be good to have some type of draft before we meet?
A draft of duties?
The text and stuff?
That draft was shared at your September 19th work session. Mr. Arnold was kind enough to cover that. And the draft ordinance text is here and also in this memo. So we have a draft. What we're missing are, what are those clear duties? So as we move forward, if we're trying to get people interested in being on an appearance commission, we need to tell them what they might be doing.
And I thought we had a sample from another town.
We do. Wendell does a lot with murals and art. And just a note, Derek Verstegen was kind enough to share with me some notes and emails that he has saved that were from 2017 to 2020. And some of the discussions are with you, Commissioner Sutton, about appearance commissions and possible duties. So we have those records.
We have some things.
Okay. So if we do a joint meeting, is there any other topics that we should cover?
We could cover priority LDO amendments. Mike and I have a long list, actually, of LDO amendments. We could try to pick the most important ones and go through those, as well as the text amendment to establish an appearance commission, and that could be a good use of time.
Good.
So are you asking to establish it, go ahead and establish it and then have a meeting?
Two options: either have a joint work session and talk about it before going through the legislative process that's required for an LDO text amendment.
Gotcha.
So we have to go through that legislative process for an LDO text amendment to get this ordinance text into our
Gotcha.
LDO.
So if we met first, that's putting our ducks in a row before
Sure.
sending you to do all the.
Sure.
And let me just clarify, I'm recommending that they report up to you, but if it makes more sense for them to go through Parks and Rec, making those recommendations, and then Parks and Rec reports out to you, I'm just thinking of timing, if it's something. But I don't know that it's going to be a direct, every time a development comes up, they're doing something. Hopefully, it's established things that you're just checking off to make sure that that's been talked about or looked at.
Or I'm
Does that
liking
make
the-
sense?
It does, and I'm liking the signage task. I think
Mm-hmm.
folks, focusing on that would be really helpful.
Yeah.
Can I make one real brief comment, a nugget to throw out there? I thought it was an interesting conversation at the end of that planning board meeting, and it caught my ear, was the interest of historic preservation.
Oh, yeah.
You may, a nugget, combine Appearance Commission and Historic Preservation together. That would be a full task of board. There is a element of historic preservation that you could combine with Appearance Commission. And that would be a full plate, and you probably would broaden your interests potentially.
Good idea.
On the commission. So I thought it was an interesting nugget. It was a side, but I started thinking, and then Dave and I chatted today a little bit about, well, that could broaden that group a little bit more. Not to lose focus on what we want in the Appearance Commission, obviously, but you could broaden it out for some things that we continue to need to think about, which is historic preservation too. So just a nugget out there that might be worth looking into as part of a combo commission. Combo.
Meredith, do you think that since we mentioned Parks and Rec, that we should ask a couple of the members to show up at this work session too?
What do you think?
You all, can I make a recommendation?
Yeah, yes,
Can we focus, I think planning is the right staff for this, in my opinion. I think Parks and Rec may start venturing into other things, like arts and culture and such. And I think this does not, I personally believe it does not fit as well.
Okay.
That's my personal opinion. You can, if you'd like, but I think it does not fit as well as far as the actual LDO type of elements that Appearance Commission will be working on.
Understood.
That's my opinion.
Thank you.
As long as they're not out there measuring grass and looking at flowers and what have you, they'll be okay, because they were very adamant about that.
All right, all right. Move to schedule a joint work session with the planning board to discuss upcoming land development ordinance amendments, including the draft text amendment language for the creation of an appearance commission.
A second.
Okay, motion second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, board. Thank you, Meredith. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Meredith.
All right. We'll now move to new business. Item 1, report to town board from town clerk regarding consideration of January 2nd town board meeting schedule.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I will very briefly recap my memo for the purpose of clarity and for the public. Instead of waiting until the town board adopts the entire coming year's meeting schedule, staff, in preparing that schedule, noted there's some uniquities to the very first meeting in January 2024. January 2nd would be that date, and it comes right after New Year's. And it also comes after we will be closed, town hall closed, for the Christmas holiday from the 25th to the 22nd. So we just want to gain your preference on keeping that meeting on the 2nd or moving it to possibly the 3rd or 4th, with the knowledge that staff is committed to having that agenda packet prepared and to you by December 20th. It makes absolutely no difference to us. We're just trying to gain your preference on, we are recommending the 2nd, but it's entirely up to you.
You're recommending what?
January 2nd, keep it on that Tuesday.
Thursday,
I'm open to the 4th.
Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Mhm.
That would be day after holiday.
Correct, long weekend. But we're fine with
I
that.
mean,
We just want to make sure you're all good with it, too.
Yeah. If staff can do it, I'm okay.
4th.
Dan wants the 4th. April, Paul?
I'm open.
Yeah, I'm open to either.
Are y'all going to be hungover that you need to have the 4th?
No.
I'm only kidding.
You open?
If you need the 4th, that's fine. Yeah, I'm open to anything, whatever. Yeah.
I have heard the public say stuff about that after a holiday. Why do we have meetings right after a holiday?
Yeah,
I've heard
Yeah,
those
that's
comments.
fine. Yeah.
And that's what I was thinking about is everybody
people are
come back in
traveling
from
or
traveling and everything and get an opportunity to be here. So with that being said,
To y'all.
move to recommend the meeting from January 2nd to be changed to January 4th.
Second.
Okay. Got a motion and second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Matt Curry. So
Thank you.
our first meeting will be Thursday, January the 4th. Thank you. Next item is consideration of adoption of service agreement, MOU, with the Rolesville Downtown Development Association. So before we start this, I will say that I, by bylaw, serve on that committee as one of the board of directors, I guess you call it. Actually, it's not a committee, it's actually a nonprofit 501c. So I serve on there, and also Commissioner Sutton serves on there. We're going to excuse ourselves from this topic, and I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Paul Vilga to
Kick it off?
kick it off.
All right, I'm going to kick it off.
And I'm going to not only recuse myself, but I'm going to sit in the audience. So I am not even looking to the public as I'm a part of this discussion.
Yeah, we can do that.
So I'm here, but I'm down here.
Thank you.
You know, I
Thank you.
guess if you have any questions, they can ask us a question, right? I mean, that's probably.
You are not permitted to advocate for the adoption. So you'd have to be very careful.
That'd be a good question.
It's going to be a good question. That's right. Put it on Michael.
But I do think, you know, he'll do a good job.
Yeah,
That's right.
no.
No advocating for Michael.
All All right, I'm going to actually kick it over to Michael McFarland to bring the presentation forward.
Thank you, everyone. Hello again. This item on the agenda before you is an MOU. It's in the packets, just brief, a two-pager MOU service agreement that is required when the town is sort of donating or contributing money to an organization. And so just to provide a little bit of background, this is a group that I've worked with over the past couple of years, and as the Main Street project got underway, and we've always talked about working with business owners on Main Street and interested stakeholders and citizens to really revitalize our Main Street and support existing businesses, attract new businesses, work in partnership with the town board, with the Chamber of Commerce, to kind of just create that nice business climate in the heart of Rolesville, create kind of like a downtown organization. And that's what this has become, similar to what you might find in other towns like Wake Forest and Garner. And this group recently started to meet more regularly and kind of organize more formally, took on a 501c3 status as a nonprofit, and like I said, is meeting regularly and seeks to really focus on downtown development. And so this request and MOU kind of speaks to two things that the this agency, and I'm here as a staff liaison, just as I've worked with this group in the past, as their sort of goals and desire for downtown and Main Street coincides with the town's economic development goals for Main Street. So the MOU here lays out sort of two things as a requests that the town would contribute to this Downtown Development Association $10,000 for startup help and to get going this year, and then also to continue to sort of have my help along the way as a staff liaison, staff assistants, as they continue to meet and think about activities to revitalize Main Street and kind of promote downtown economic development. So, so that's what's kind of before us tonight. Background regarding the money, that $10,000, the town board had already approved and set aside in my budget for Main Street activities $5,000 last year and $5,000 this year. And so that's where that $10,000 comes from. I did not spend that money last year, and we didn't have a sort of an activity yet to spend that money on. And this group had not been formed yet. It was kind of a loosely assembled group of volunteers and citizens last year. And again, as that group began to kind of come together and organize, they're making this request to continue to move forward. So,
I was going to ask that question.
Mm-hmm.
How many members do you have currently?
I think it's 7 new officers have recently been elected or appointed, so including Commissioner Sutton and the mayor. So 5 others, I believe.
So are you requesting that the $10,000 that has been budgeted to you is just put into a line item for this committee?
Requesting that that $10,000 be given to this organization, similar to how we give a contribution to the Chamber of Commerce, or if a different organization outside of the town were making the request.
And so it's for activities and development for Main Street, like community activities? I'm just a little confused.
Yep. So I think the group is still kind of thinking through those things. They just opened up a bank account. Some of the things that might go with startup are establishing a website, a social media presence, development of a logo, and then starting to maybe host events. This group would be able to sort of sit down with developers and potential business owners in a way that maybe the town can't due to conflicts of interest. There has been discussion of setting up a fund, like a facade improvement program. So in a lot of towns, that looks like a matching grant program where this group would say, well, we'll offer, $1,000 matching grant if a business owner pitches in $1,000 and to repaint the frontage of their building or to add some awnings or repave, doing things to make the appearance of Main Street or downtown look better. And so things like that, nothing's kind of been decided yet. This would give them money to start thinking about it, and then.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Sounds like pretty exciting stuff to me.
Yeah, I think the only question I had is the MOU goes to June 30th, 2025. And right now you're taking that $10,000, obviously, and give it to that. What do we do do you see is there any foreseen thing for more funding before the 2025 expiration?
Not that I know of, and not that I'm aware of. And this board would be able to check in at any time, similar to how, with the Chamber of Commerce, hey, how's that money being spent? Is the money being spent? So maybe in a 6-month time period or sooner or later, that could be something we monitor and see where the group is at. And we kind of stretched it out to June 30th, 2025. That's about a year and 8 months or so.
Roughly.
So.
Any other questions? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve or disapprove. They are on page 308.
All right, I will make a motion to approve the service agreement / MOU with the Rolesville Downtown Development Association, including a $10,000 contribution to go towards Main Street economic development activities as described in the attached agreement.
Second.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No opposed?
No, sir.
Passed 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Board. Appreciate so much the confidence in our abilities to lead this organization, and I think we will come back and do y'all proud. So this is a great benefit for Rolesville. A lot of communities have downtown development associations, as you all know, and we're gonna be on the map, doing some great things for our community. So thank you all for your trust.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
I think, have you passed it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have it.
Take it.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you covering for that. I think Michael mentioned, we'll be doing, the president of this organization, it's a 501c foundation type thing. So the president of this, which is currently our Commissioner Sheila Sutton, we'll be getting, probably, I'm thinking a quarterly update.
Yeah, in the beginning.
It's kind of like we do with the chamber. Being that these funds are controlled by this organization, and we have control over somewhat, so that sounds great. So thank you. Thank you.
And our goal is to go out. Our goal is not to come to the town and try to get majority of our funding. Our goal is to go out. We are 501c3, so we can get money from people, fundraise. I didn't say that right, get money for, like I'm gonna take it. But we can fundraise and do different things to grow this organization, and that is definitely the plan. And we can also work very closely with developers without people thinking we're taking a bribe or something. We're just going on. That's the goal, is to build relationships with our developers that wanna come to Rolesville. So thank you all again.
Yeah, and also, Also, there are grants that cannot be applied to municipalities or governments. And this is a private 401c, so we can
I know
get
some
some
grant
grants
writers,
that we
too.
wouldn't normally get. So that's
Yeah.
a pretty good thing too. All right, item 3, yard waste contract amendment. So who's going to be brave enough to talk about this one? Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Good evening, good night to y'all. I'm coming for you to talk through the memo that I provided to you in relation to our yard waste services agreement. Our yard waste service provider, Allen Tree Service, initiated a conversation with us about, it's been about 5 weeks since we started the conversation with them. They needed more support by the way of finances to help to continue to provide the service for us as a town to the level that we expect. And so I presented a memo to you and I pointed out 4 specific points, which were the justification on the reasons why we found that it would be, that we're bringing a recommendation to you. The main thing will be just the growth of the town. I say growth as in like logistics-wise, the expansion of the town is a factor that's impacting the level of service. That second thing is the number of residences. Even as you've looked at the different the presentation earlier tonight, every single month more houses come online, more streets, more cul-de-sacs that increase the amount of pickups. And those last 2 things are inflation, which has done a number on fuel costs. It's also done a number on labor costs. As you see, some local government agencies are were facing protests and such around labor costs, and that's putting great stress on them. And then the last one, the fourth thing that I highlighted in the memo is just level of service. The expectations of our residents are continuing to increase when it comes to getting all their grass clippings, getting all their leaves as we continue. And with every new subdivision comes, or expansion comes more trees and more leaves and more grass. And the specific thing around that is the tipping fees that's also related to inflation, or the dumping fees where they dump the yard waste. Those things have gone up over the years. And so what you'll see within the current contract, our last contract negotiation, we only adjusted for them. This was in 2019. Was when the rate was established for the cost per household pickup. In the last amendment that we brought before you last year, we adjusted the loose leaf pickup rate, but not the overall pickup rate for homes. And so I think myself, Tammy, our new solid waste coordinator in Public Works, have worked with them to do some research, and we think it's a very valid and justifiable ask for us for where we are with yard waste services and services in general related to yard waste and solid waste and such. And so the amount that we think would cover the support that's needed is $45,000. It seems like a lot of money, but what that looks like on a household basis is currently the rate per household is $2.50. That goes up to $3.10. So the impact on the residents would be just a 24% increase, but what it would end up being is $15. It's an additional $15.60 per year when it comes down to the grander scheme. When you think about the impact on the household owner. So just to give some context on that cost. And so I asked if you have any questions regarding it or need any clarity with that.
I need both. Go ahead, April. You go.
I just have one question. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Because I got several.
My one question is, in here it says it's also amended to include a general yard waste no, not that one. Pick up twice
Yes,
loose leaf twice a month.
We'll be shifting services. So we want to transition, that's part of our conversation with them, we want to transition to 2-day pickup for yard waste. And so right now it's 1 day, and they follow with loose leaf pickup after they finish doing the yard waste pickup. And so when they go to 2 days, which the transition we want to make in January, to going to 2-day yard waste pickup, that will, as a result, put too much pressure on them when it comes to getting leaves. And so we want to do a yard waste week, and then a loose leaf week, and a yard waste week, and then a loose leaf week that will allow for the complete pickup of everything at once. Because right now, they run into that second day anyway. And with the leaves, we want to be able to do the pickup and give an opportunity for all the leaves to make it to the curb and then do the pickup. Because right now, they say that when they're out there in the mornings, people are still blowing them out to the curb, and it doesn't really look like progress is made. And so it's an experiential thing for our residents to make sure that we see all the leaves be taken up each week.
So wait, they're not supposed to be blown to the curb?
They should be blown.
But they
to the
should be
curb.
done by the time they're
It should be
there,
done.
not blowing them out.
And so
like
they
in
are,
the process.
they'll be in the
Gotcha.
process of blowing them
Yeah.
when they're actually picking them up.
Or they could have blew them out and they got blown back.
Right.
It happens. It's a wild little place. Ugh.
Yeah, in general, we're working with them to figure out how we can help alleviate some of the things we run into. We're seeing the same issues with them as with GFL. It's a lot of turnover. Their staff costs are going up, swapping out of drivers, waiting on parts for broken down trucks, all these different things.
Peeking down streets,
Say it one more time.
peeking down streets instead of driving down streets. The reason I bring that up, I've called before. My husband is very kind. He does not call. He'll just let it sit till the next day and hope they come back, right? I've seen that a lot. It just happened this week in our neighborhood. I saw a lot of people's blue part that wasn't picked up. I guess it was the recycle. And I'm not getting off topic, but I'm just saying, my question is, how big are these companies? And are these vendors able to handle the volume that Rolesville puts out? Because we may be at a tipping point where it's time to use somebody on this side of Main Street and somebody on that side of Main Street.
Right.
Because we can't keep nickel and diming, but the residents aren't getting the service. Because if you're not getting the service, you're not getting the service. There's many a times I go out there and I'm like ready to drag it in. It's like, oh, they didn't come today. Kelly knows. I'll call them and let them know. I'm like, no rush, whenever they can get here. And we just had the Facebook post in the last couple of weeks about that, which was silly. But I think we have to start considering some other options. How big is this company?
Yeah, so we're hoping that this will help them.
How? $45,000. Is that a new person? Is that a new truck?
So with going to 2 days, they cut down on overtime hours. Right now, with them working from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then coming in the next day, they're running into conflicts with the people having to work extended hours and them being rushed and not being able to get the work done. And so by allowing more time for them to do the pickups, it'll allow them to get closer to the sweet spot with their staffing.
So how do we get so deep in their business? I mean, looks like the contract would be for certain conditions, they do pick up on Tuesdays or whatever, and we pay them amount, and they,
Right.
I mean, you know, either they
Necessity.
perform or they don't perform.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
And we
and so
replace them or we don't replace them.
We've gotten this deep into it because of necessity.
Is they the only ones?
There's been, say that one more time?
Are they the only ones? I mean, we can't.
There are only two. There are only two major providers. When you look at all of Zebulon, Nightdale, Wake Forest, there's GFL and there's Republic. That's it.
You're talking about trash, though. How
I'm
about
talking
yard
about
waste?
trash.
How about yard waste?
But they provide yard waste pickups as well. Most people like Wake Forest, they have pivoted away from having someone provide that service, and they brought the service internal. Fact of the matter is, we don't have the capacity to do that, to bring that service internal, and so that would essentially cripple our public works department. And we have been intentional on trying to look at how do we transition over a number of years now that we have a facility, and we'll look at the cost. And so that's one thing that we're looking at during this budget. And so we've gotten into their logistics out of necessity. Last year, when I came on board, I sat down and helped them work out their routes and become more strategic. And so this helps us this helps us know, I mean, one, we could tell what their routes were based off calls. Because when there isn't enough time, the same people ended up not getting their stuff picked up. That's because they go the same route and they don't make it. And so our goal is to create that second day to where we can eliminate those regular misses, because those are typically at the end and they have to wait till the next day. And so by transitioning to the end of the day, to the second day for those people, it will help adjust those expectations. The reality of it is GFL wants to do it too. It's too much. And logistically making it across the town, because some of these neighborhoods are so spread out, is becoming increasingly difficult for them, particularly with traffic and things that prevent them. And so
Can you do it based on neighborhood, though?
we're doing it based off neighborhoods. And so if we can start on one end of the town, be it south side, north side, or east and west.
Sounds like they're just too small. I'm sorry to say it, but it just sounds like too small. They're too small. And so if you then have your community try to figure out, people can't figure out when to put the trash out, right? And then if they don't come, other people are confused, like what's happening? So now you're saying go to a 2-day process, and we want you to remember when to put what out. I'm just saying, if it goes back to the vendor, what are we paying now? And if we're gonna pay them $45,000 more, they're not gonna increase their staff, because that's not even a salary, really, to hire a person with benefits. So I get concerned about the size.
This
the
is ahead
capacity.
of, the recommendation now is ahead of a renegotiation of their contract in this upcoming budget cycle going into
Eric,
next July.
if I go to my boss right now and I'm not doing the job that I'm asked to do,
Correct.
I better not be asking for $45,000 more. That doesn't compute in my head.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense to me. How do you ask for more when you haven't solidly performed the job that you were hired to do in the beginning? It doesn't make sense to me. Make it make sense for me.
They have been put in a very semi-impossible situation. And so this is where we are with yard waste. I do want to just put one other thing in context, and that is with the transition. If we were to transition to someone else, then there will be a complete and total overhaul on the approach to yard waste in general. And so everyone else uses containers. There will be an extreme amount of re-education that has to happen. And so this will be, we recommend this as a
Back
next
to my
step.
point,
that could
maybe they get the
support.
smaller side of town and you work with them, and then you bring somebody else in. I just feel like the capacity is not there. And someone did approach me, a citizen asked and said that they know a company that can help. So I just think capacity, you're gonna be in the same.
They're trying to figure out there how to do it, because really, I agree with what Commissioner's saying here. If they were performing really well, I could see that. If they can guarantee that they are going to perform up to some level of expectation, I hear from all over, I mean, it's not one place, it's not just one community, it's all over town where they don't show up and they miss a day, and it has to be somehow they can convince us that they can perform. The performance.
Quality of service.
If you tell me $45 is going to fix the problem and they're going to perform, then that's one thing to think about. But I kind of hear that
The problem will not be fixed overnight. This is what we are recommending for now.
And they don't communicate. That's the other thing for me. So if you don't pick it up, so I don't know if you forgot it or you didn't see it. I don't know. But I know there's a peak around sometimes.
Right.
Because a lot of us on the block are missed on us, whatever. They didn't come down there. Put a sticky on there. Didn't forget you. We will be back tomorrow. There's never been that. I'm just saying, we can't do their business for them. How much are we paying them already? I don't think I got that number. How much are we
Are you
paying?
talking about trash or yard waste?
Yard waste.
Yard waste.
What's the current amount before the
I don't know that
request?
off the top of my head, no.
Do you know, Gil?
Total? No, I don't, sorry.
So just let me see if I understand what you said. They're not performing their job up to standard because Rolesville has grown and now the capacity is too much capacity?
Yes.
For one day.
And external things driving up costs as well. And in their defense, they asked for 2 days, and we said no to them last year.
Oh.
So if I may, I believe this is a gap filler. And Eric's, you all are speaking, we're all speaking the truth here. Okay, I just want to be clear. There is expectations need to be met. There is size considerations. And the biggest thing that we need to be prepared for is a modification of service could be a complete modification to our citizens for yard waste. And so that takes a little bit of time. So what we've talked about is making sure we are prepared for whatever comes out as a result of a change. And we need a little time to work through that so that we don't have our contract is a 30-day notice with them. All they have to do is give us 30-day notice. They're out of the yard waste business. That's not very much time for us to stand up another yard waste provider. So what we're trying to do is work through this time with them. They are prepared, we've prepared them for this conversation you're having, that we're going to communicate back to them expectations. But we're also prepared to talk about with you at some point, how do we make a change if needed? But it is not a overnight kind of thing, because it could be, remember, our residents have now gone from, what we currently have is they are required to put out and have purchased their own cans, right? That is unique right now. That system was the norm, but most now don't do that. So you would have residents who have gone through and bought cans to do yard waste, and then if we change the system and are provided a cart, it's just, there's a transitional period that needs to occur and such like that, of whatever we end up doing. So what we're trying to do is bridge this period.
I don't see bridging it with a raise. That doesn't make logical sense to my brain. I understand they have cost, I get that. But if you're not performing, I can't go into my VP tomorrow and say, I want a raise if I'm not, I can. And he's gonna say the same thing I'm saying, like, you're not performing.
Your performance level is low.
I think Eric has
I would
provided those.
I would think less of it as a raise, but, and more of,
A raise. I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm trying to find the
I
right
can't
words,
get with
but
you.
Maybe to cover
It's really a
expenses,
service.
gas.
You're paying for a
A
service.
service increase,
That
service fee
services-
increase.
the service that they provide continues to expand on a monthly basis.
Yeah, you're covering.
And it has
covering
done
greater
that,
area.
and has done that over the last 2 to 3 years. And their rate has not adjusted. So every month, we add another 50 to 60 homes for them to pick up.
This
That's
is a rate.
expensive.
More lane miles as well, new cul-de-sacs and such.
That
And
translates
so
Don't they get
it's
paid
not
per
keeping up.
can, though? Don't they get paid per house or per?
Correct, but the house rate for yard waste only changes once a year. GFL, their pickups, they track theirs in their system, and so their rate shifts on a monthly basis. They bill according to pickup. Whereas the number of houses that are covered in their contract is flat. And so that adjusts once a year. It happens in December, and then that rolls into the next fiscal year's budget as the estimated cost of service for the yard waste contract. And so even in that case, when you think of a big business and a small business, the contractual negotiations on an annual basis did not happen as well for them as it did for GFL. So GFL, they also, just because that's the bigger vendor who we have, they also have a clause in the contract that their rate adjusts when fuel costs go over a certain amount per barrel. That does not happen with our yard waste provider. When their tipping fees go up, they bill it back. Well, their contract isn't built to where they can bill it back. And so these different pressures within the economy and our expansion has put it to where they will rather execute the 30-day termination than continue to be to drown in yard waste and leaves in trying to provide the service.
How long have they felt this way? Like, have they brought this up before?
This has been an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, but most recently it's become
It's hit boiling point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what we did not want to do was come back in August after we just started the fiscal year and say, hey, we need it. And so we tried to work through and figure out how we can, I've kind of embedded myself into the nature of their work to see how can we optimize their systems, their approach, and that's what we have resorted to. But we've kind of hit a point to where this will be the best next step to help remedy that.
When is your deadline? Did they give you a deadline?
We are in their grace period.
Oh.
They said that they gave us 30 days notice via email.
That they would
45
terminate
days
our
ago
contract.
that they were terminating. And so
Yeah.
they were going to be done on the 1st of November. And what we did was ask them for grace to figure out what we can do to come back to you all, because
Sounds like they're already done.
So let
no
me just say
service.
this. If you can do this, I'm sorry to cut you off, I really am. If this can be done on like a trial basis to see how this works, you know what I mean? And in the meantime, is there somebody else who can do this job? You know, but give them a
One
job.
thing that we did, with when we did the agreement last year was we set it for an annual renewal. And so unlike with our, the bigger contract with GFL, which is 3 years, theirs is renewed on an annual basis. And so we have the opportunity to see, to reevaluate with every single year, with July 1 being the end date.
So is a year better than like, say, 6 months? I mean, because they can go south on you too, and they can say, we don't want to come back.
90 days is too short. 6 months is too short.
Okay.
Because we're short on staff, facilities. We have experience within our department, but they don't, even those 2 people that have experience with yard waste, solid waste collection with different municipalities, they don't have the staff to direct, and we don't have trucks. And
Do we have a 30-day notice with them as well?
Yes.
yes.
So listen, so it sounds like we don't have a choice here.
Right.
So we need to move forward.
I agree. It sounds like we
Right.
don't have a choice. But I do want to, I looked it up in the budget here. It looks like a contracted services for all of it. It looks like it's just rolled up into one with,
it's very
where it
soft on the
says the garbage, the recycling, the yard waste is almost $1 million. $944,000 for those things, yard waste, garbage, and recycling. How close are you where you could stand up a new group to do that? You know,
That's
$1 million is a long way.
That and the bridge, we've had this discussion about for 3 years, and recognizing that when the Public Works facility came online, this would be the first opportunity we could have this conversation
Yes.
about how we do it, if it made sense internally.
Yeah, I mean, I
So-
would, at some point in time,
Yep.
you know, instead of giving them $1 million, you know,
Yeah.
you can hire people.
I think it's gonna be hard to compete on the solid waste component, but the yard waste component, I think we've always indicated, we think we can compete.
Yes, but we simply didn't have the internal infrastructure and systems and facilities to do it.
Yeah, I don't hear much, is a different company does the garbage, right? It's not the
Yes.
same company.
It's GFL, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't hear it. It's the tree company.
They
that
have their
is-
room for improvement as well.
Yeah, they leave the recycle. They do the recycle and the garbage. But they're a bigger company, so how would that transition be? Well, I've stated my piece. I'll be quiet.
I
I'll be
agree with
quiet.
Commissioner Mellon. We could be here all night, kind of beating up a little bit on Eric, but
I'm not beating up
I
on
don't take it
Eric.
personal.
I know
I'm not
he's
trying to
doing
beat up on
he's doing a
Eric.
great job in trying to provide a service for our community. But I agree with Commissioner Medley. I think I think this is a short term. We need to move forward, accept his recommendation of short term, and Kelly and him work together on what's the solution to get it better.
Yes.
I feel really distasteful, you know, thinking about increasing somebody that's performing real bad, but we gotta have the service.
the
you know.
service, right.
Gotta have the service, so with that, I'll entertain something from the board, either to deny or approve the request.
I move to authorize the town manager to execute the contract amendment to the existing yard waste service agreement with Allen's Tree Service and adopt the budget ordinance amendment.
My second.
Okay, so I got a motion second. Any other discussion? It's a hard one for us to do, you can tell, but we want to approve it. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
No, for
opposed?
me. It's a no for me.
So we got one, I think, Madam Clerk, it was 4-1, and I understand that no 100% too.
In good conscience.
And I think you do too. So, y'all just work on it. I think we are putting a Band-Aid on something that's hemorrhaging.
This is a problem.
So that's the way I would describe it.
Can we ask for some communication? If you're gonna miss somebody's stuff, leave a note. And stop having the residents chase down town hall to say, hey, what's happening?
Yes.
Just leave a note. Leave a nice note on the door. That'll give them some, or the mailbox. That'll give them some kudos.
Yard waste hasn't been as bad missing. They do make the effort. That's why they get so extended. They do, but GFL has been.
Any of them.
Yeah,
Just
right.
communicate.
I
That way
understand.
people know what's happening and that you didn't just get forgotten. We will be back tomorrow. I'm not beating on you, Eric. You know I love you, Eric.
Well, he knew it was coming.
Eric used to be my daughter's mentor at UNC Charlotte, and I didn't know that till he started working here. We didn't even realize who each other was. So I am definitely not beating up on Eric because he has done some good things for us.
Thank you.
All right, so.
For sure.
We're doing our best.
But I do think our contractors can cause bad reflection on you and me and the
Everybody.
town and everybody, and that's where you don't want that either. So we have to kind of figure it out. But we're gonna put this Band-Aid on it, but try to help figure out what the best solution long term. Even just buying us a truck and hiring a couple people and do it ourselves. Thanks.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it. Communications from town attorney.
No report, although some of the town manager's report is related to what I've been working on.
Gotcha. Communications from town manager.
I have two bullets. I'm going to add two quick ones. First is, you all may not have been aware, but you are sitting in the presence of a new logo in this room.
I saw that when I got there.
very
I was
nice.
like, has that always
is
been
brand
there?
new, installed about 4 days ago, I think it was. When we did all the modifications in here and we had to take that TV down and paint, we said, that's a perfect space. So Robin got that done and we want to put it up there, so. there's
So
a
it's new as of this week?
It's new as of
Because
this
when I
week.
sat out there, I was like, oh, that's nice. Has that always been there? It looks very nice.
Yes. And I know that one hot topic besides yard waste and trash has been vultures lately. Tonight, the chief just informed me that USDA has agreed and they will be in Rolesville next week and be activating our efforts that we've done in the past. They were here because, and they did it very quickly on our request because they know the efforts we've been making to try and keep the man-made vulture attractions down. And that's been taking place over the last 30 days in great effort. We think most of it's been cleaned up. There is, though, you should be aware, a continuing effort by us to make sure that the area behind the Food Lion Shopping Center keeps cleaned up. It's not the woods anymore and the animals that
The
we've
cats.
fed. It's now overflowing dumpsters and such that become the vultures' food of choice.
Thank you.
And so we have started a code enforcement effort on that. But with that effort, USDA is now saying they can come in because we've put forth our effort to try and keep the community clean from the man-made considerations.
Very
So
good.
that is going to start next week. And you know those efforts take a moment, but we hopefully will see some reduction of that.
They have migrated to Froyle Court, and I don't think folks are waiting on the USDA.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. They were just perched up on my neighbors, and everybody's like, what are those? And there was a whole lot of them.
So that food line to come to your street?
They're
Oh,
on our
wow.
street now.
They do a lot of damage.
And that's
because
what I was
those
going to say about the
talons-
damage.
The talons are crazy.
If we can't mitigate this and people's homes are damaged, where does that leave us legally? Do we then have some, or is it just nature and God and we can't do anything about it?
Yes, nature and God.
You can, yeah, you can't sue the vultures.
Do what, Dave?
You cannot sue the vultures.
No,
It's,
you can't, but,
But if it becomes that big of a nuisance for your
we can
town.
get it with the federal people to mitigate them, for sure.
I heard BB gun.
Thank you for
That's what I
that.
heard.
Well,
I
I'm going to
told
tell
him
you
22.
a funny story. I think one of them was shot.
The legal liability will
but they
be
picked it up, they
private
didn't kill it.
owners who attempt to self-help. So legally, the best thing we can do is advise folks to give the federal authorities a shot. We should not recommend any
Shot.
Opportunity.
other
Federal opportunity.
other
so let me
strategies.
rephrase it. They blow horn, and I guess it startled it, and it fell, and they panicked, but it got back up and it left. I'm just saying.
Oh, so we got a gangster one out there with
Yeah.
a bullet in
Yeah.
it. Like,
Okay.
whatever, bring
So I didn't
it.
mean to extend the meeting, but I just
Sorry.
want to get you informed that things are in the works. So
I'm just
I
concerned
appreciate it.
because it's toxic. Their waste is toxic. And this is what I don't want to see in the paper, even if I'm not on this board anymore. Some child picks up something and is killed or poisoned or in the hospital because of these birds.
Right.
I'm just saying,
Thank you, because some of those residents have reached out to me.
Yep.
They even thought about moving,
yep.
I understand.
and that was concerning.
And,
Thank you.
you know, it just, it evolves. We know the time of year they come, right? We know it's October. They start coming in and we stay on top of, we thought the cleanliness, but then they manage to find it. And so we have to take a moment to make sure we've got our case, but for whatever reason, this is a roosting area. Historic, they come back, just like birds migrate to their areas. We think that some things like new development may start changing some patterns, and such like that, because there's gonna be less woods to be roosted in. They're not roosting on the new lights as much at Redford Park, so, I mean, but we knew they were coming, we saw they were coming, and then they just got ahead of us a little bit.
I'm sending them to Heritage East and see what your
No,
opinion is there.
we have them up there.
Do you?
They're plenty.
You know where I first saw them at? It was across the street from Elizabeth Springs, is it?
I was on Main Street.
Think.
I was on Main Street in Wake Forest, in Old Town Wake Forest, and there was one in the middle of the street last week.
They're disgusting.
Are they known to attack?
Disgusting.
No?
No, they won't attack.
22 will take them
Can I move on to the next one, Mayor?
You can. I think this was a good discussion, and I'll just close it by saying there's a handful of them, people over there. I know you're saying in your neighborhood, but there's a handful of them, probably about 6 houses on that one little section that is painful for them.
Yeah,
And,
it
and
is.
I think,
Let me see their
I
legs.
think it's a nuisance to everybody else, but they are beyond nuisance. Those few little, I think it's probably about half a dozen of them.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned about communications, that's
Yeah.
the ones that was really
Yep.
paining over. Let's make sure we communicate to them.
I
really
think
well
they're in
as we
that
can.
grouping that we are communicating with, right?
Yeah.
I think most of them are in that group.
It's been like since 2018 maybe, since my daughter was in high school.
Thank you.
The HOA won't take any responsibility in trying to help fix this? Is that my understanding? It's falling all over town?
This has such a long history, I cannot recall.
I feel like they said it was the town.
Yeah, the only recommendation I've heard that HOA could help with is somebody said, why can't they cut all the trees that it's a hangout right behind those 5, 6 houses that is and I think HOA owns those trees.
There's probably nests back there now.
Yeah.
They don't own the trees, the lady in the property next door But they said instead of cutting the trees, cut the branches. Because they hang out in the trees on the branches. So they're like, we even say we can cut the
So-
branches.
So I don't know if somebody from the federal level can look at, I don't know if that'll help or not, but they do, they cover those trees really heavily when they come in. Yeah. Yeah. I think the commissioner's right. There is trees that's on the next door property, but there is a little homeowner strip in there too that that may even help out, but move on. Move on.
So the first bullet, I would like to defer to next week while we have a little bit more time, and we may want to go into executive session on that. You've received a couple of communications from me about the status of that Greenway and the lack of participation from one of the property owners. But for tonight, I think the discussion may go into the legal realm. And you're gonna have more time for that next week, I think. So if you're okay waiting on that, there's nothing more. I've given you 2 updates on that, and there's really nothing more, at least at this stage, I can share with you, other than we have one property owner who's not gonna sign an easement after working with them for 3+ years on this. So-
Yeah, I really have got a lot of complaints, even the church, I've passed out along a complaint from the church, 2 or 3 months ago. You may remember that. It's almost unlivable over there, and I'm not sure what we need to do, but, they have to pay rent, and to pay their rent, they need a certain level of service, and they're not getting it, so. And now they're saying that they're not gonna, even put the greenway in for their own people's safety, it don't cost them anything. It's just something's not right over there that we need to figure out.
Move on to the next one real fast?
Huh?
Can I move on to the next subject?
Yeah, but think about that, because really, the complaints, and we could invite some of them here to speak about the condition of what they're living in over there, but, I think we could probably take it without having to go to that extreme. if we
I think
could.
somebody should do some good publicity about this lack of interest by this property owner to somebody who has a bullhorn bigger than us. Talk about what great citizens they are of our community, but that's another way. Somebody could do that if they're interested.
So what was used to encourage him to blacktop the roads back there? What was said then? I don't remember.
We have a general agreement with them that was it's about 15 years old now, that says they should keep minimum standards housing in there, and most all of it appears to qualify for that. We have not physically taken an inventory and taken that effort up, though, and that would take.
Well, I knew there were large gaping potholes, and there was not a place there was not a little rec area.
Yep.
But something was said because he put that in. Is it the same owner?
I think it's new owners.
Oh, it's new owners.
This owner is about 2.5 years old.
Oh, okay.
From
That was the
Virginia.
previous one that fixed that.
And
But I think that agreement goes with all owners.
It does.
I mean, it doesn't expire, so, yeah. So just keep that in mind, and.
Next one is just a real quick, make sure you're okay with me. So over this conversation we've had over the last 3 or 4 months of rents being increased at the Grand Senior Living, I've had at least a couple of you report back to me when those seniors have talked to you about some of the conditions of their living conditions, including ADA concerns, including public restrooms not functioning, including appliances in the apartments maybe not working, heating concerns and such like that.
And it floods in there on the first floor.
Right, and a question when you've talked to me is, what can we do? You can, now that I've thought that through a little bit, I've thought that through and confirmed with the attorney that we do have the ability to request our contract building inspector, Wake County, to do an inspection of the facility based upon our request. Everything you have told me has qualified me to make that request, to have them go conduct a review of the facility to find if there are any code infractions. I don't want to do that without you all saying that's a good idea. But that is something that we could do. And quite frankly, if their rates are going up, they should get the facility they're paying for. Kind of a little bit back to that last conversation we just had. So I've got Greg Vance from Wake County prepared to do that. If you all think that's a good idea, to go ahead and say, please take a moment to go do some inspection of this facility, make sure they're meeting code and anything else.
I think it sounds like a good idea because I know one of the agencies I spoke to said there's not anything we can do for them unless they receive an eviction letter. And that's taking it too far. So this maybe, can it be negotiated, like, if,
I think on behalf of the residents that you have heard from, I think you have the opportunity, or we have the opportunity to take that action. Again, I think we've probably had a few, 3 or 4 years ago, come in here and say similar things. We just haven't done it. But, I think there's enough here now, based upon the rates going up, that those residents deserve the best facility they can.
I agree.
It don't require a vote, does it, David? We can just direct it to.
If I get a nod from you and you say you're good, I'll make the call.
I'm for it.
Or
Yeah.
Do
it's
it.
been going on for like 6-7 years.
Okay.
thank you.
I will keep you informed of progress of that. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Sounds good. Okay, any report from the town board?
Nope.
No? I will close and say tomorrow night, the week is shortened. Tomorrow night will be the Veterans kind of show. Two really great guests will be on there. One is Natasha Miller. She's a woman U.S. veteran in the U.S. Army. And, we're going to talk about what that means, as a woman, because, we hear a lot about men veterans, but there is a lot of women veterans too. So we're going to talk to her about that. And then the other guest is our Honorable Dan Austin, which is our liaison to Veteran Services. And he has so much stuff he's working on that, we're going to highlight and talk about. So join the show if you can tomorrow night. But that's where we're going to finish up November as kind of a veteran-focused thing. So with that, any last comments from anybody? If
Town
not,
hall is closed Friday, right?
Holiday is Friday, yes.
Veterans Day?
Alrighty.
Cool. Thank you, board. We got 5 minutes to spare.
Move to adjourn.
Yes.
All right.
Second.
So we are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, board. Appreciate it. Good job.